50,000 of the 350,000 goal in total. So if we continue this trend and work together and again all recruit at least 5 Jump Vikings this week, just every time you boot up the game, get the guy or girl in the settlement and maybe travel to a city as well and get the Jump Viking there, like then we can get this challenge before the timer runs out and get that opal. Thanks to everyone who said I did my part in the comments under a previous video. I think we can make this happen. This would be really, really cool. So recruit those Jump Vikings at the docks. And now let's go over an update on these meteors, because the majority of the people, I would say like most people, never saw them before, just like me, but it wasn't completely new for some other players.
Graduating debt-free while serving my country part-time lets me take full control of my future. My name is Vince, and I'm a soldier in the U.S. Army Reserve.
Safely shop floor and decor your way. Comfortably explore our incredible selection with safe in-store guidance, or order online and pick up your products curbside. Come discover the perfect floor at the perfect price, however is perfect for you. Explore floor and decor in-store or online.
For example, I have DC26 in the comments saying, this happened to me twice. Why not record it then? DC26? Footage or did not happen. Luckily we got TheMustacheGamer on Twitter who shared this video from Steve, who sadly hasn't figured out how the like or share button works. So I will edit the bit. Looks a bit better now. No, but he found a meteor over here on the map near Gloucestershire. And the weird part is that he was able to have it reappear over and over again. So he set a marker on the map where he saw the meteor for the first time. Then he rides away. At one point he turns around and rides to the marker, and then bam, the meteor hits. And we now do have footage of someone going to the meteor, because he goes here and claims the rewards: 4 titanium, 1 tungsten, and 170 iron ore. And now he could just do this over and over again. Ride away, turn around, ride right, bam, meteor hits, loot it again. This was why they posted on March 24th, so really not a long time ago. And yes, I of course also went to this location, checked it out, but no luck. And you can try for yourself, but it seems super random. Like, I'm not sure how and if you can even trigger this. But yeah, TheMustacheGamer made another discovery. Actually, 4 months ago, someone also found a meteor in the game and also used it as a farm tactic. But you never guessed it, that person also has a walkie camera. So it was over here in the off-church Leicestershire area, but nobody in the comments was able to replicate it. So yeah, again, I don't think that just going here and riding around will trigger it, but we now did learn that this was actually already in the game at launch, but just super, super rare. Still don't know what the purpose is, or if there is a purpose, and that's how some people actually talk about how this is similar to the meteor in the Final Fantasy crossover event in Origins, like Ori noted that via the input at trap.com email address that you can of course use as well. And that is actually true, I did not think about this, so maybe they use this tech in Valhalla. I don't know. I will, of course, keep an eye out and report back as well about how this is similar to the meteor in the Final Fantasy crossover event Origins, like Ori noted that via the input at trap.com email address that you can, of course, use as well. And that is actually true. I did not think about this. So maybe they use this tech in Valhalla. I don't know. I will, of course, keep an eye out and report back when we know more, also about new updates and everything Valhalla related. So don't subscribe if you haven't already for way more Valhalla videos. I got a video tomorrow with some updates on ongoing mysteries in the game. A like on this video would of course really help me out. And don't check out my previous video on big DLC leaks revealing another returning weapon type, if true. You can watch that by clicking on the screen, or I will link to it at the end of our photo mode showcase that we of course like to do here at the end of every Valhalla video. You can send in your shots by using the Valhalla hashtag on Twitter, or by going to the dedicated pictures channel on my Discord, and you can join the Discord via the link in the pinned comment. Accept the rules once you are there, and then you are able to post. Okay, Joyce, your turn. You of course, as always, selected 3 shots from the community, so which one did you select this time?
What's up, everyone? First up is... Okay, I'm not making his name up. He's really called Bayek of Siwa from Discord, who took a morning stroll with the wolf hand on the beach while the sun is rising. Love the detail of the shells of the sand here and the warm feels of the setting in general.
You can't really see it, but maybe that's Bayek on the wolf. We don't know.
She's here.
So I have a story for you. Something the examiner will love. The girl performing miracles after a visitation from the Virgin Mary.
She's here.
Do you think there are any other forces at play here?
God builds a church. The devil builds a chapel. Next door.
Don't doubt her. Doubt weakens faith. Hail Mary, full of grace, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death.
This is not the work of the Virgin Mary. It's the work of the unholy.
Offer your soul to Mary.
Only Mary, Mother of God. The Lord is my help.
Oh, thank God. It's just the $40 Animal Crossing DLC that adds literally every old character and feature back into the game like they should have had in the first place. Alright, fine. When Sword and Shield were announced, there were some astonishingly poor decisions which came along with it. Initially, I said to myself and anyone who asked, you know what? No. I'm putting my foot down. Either Nintendo pushed Game Freak to make some horrible decisions regarding Sword and Shield, or Game Freak is acting of its own accord. Either way, I do not want to support this game. But eventually, the barrier broke, and I decided to give this game a spin to see if it's truly as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I thought to myself, if this thing's actually bad, maybe I can save some poor soul from grabbing it despite this thing being out for a while now. And if it's better than I thought, then good for everyone involved. There will definitely be quite a bit of talk about the mechanics compared to previous gens, but I also intend to really cover how the story plays out as well. Oh, and a couple of things before we get on with this. One, no ad this time, but I've got some limited time shirts for this video as well if you have any interest in picking one up. And two, promoting my Twitch at the start of the video last time definitely helped. So hey, I stream on Twitch. Alright, let's just jump in. We start off by watching a YouTube-esque video, which is jarring, but alright. I was wondering how we would one-up the weird laptop opening from Sun and Moon, and here we are. So this guy named Rose introduces himself like every other Pokemon professor type, and then he throws out this thing. What is it with introductory sequences going, welcome to this world of mystical creatures, here's one of the lamest ones we've got. So then we get introduced to the Pokemon champion of the Galar region, who... Okay. So I'm actually an advocate of the cape. Capes need to make a comeback, and this guy's trying his best. What I'm not an advocate of is wearing a cape with tights and biker shorts. What in the... Alright, how far am I into this video? Am I past the no swearing mark? Okay, good. What in the fuck outfit is this? Then Leon here shows off Britain's finest terrifying technology of transforming Pokemon into the size of a skyscraper. I cannot see how this goes wrong when a Charizard decides to unleash a 40-foot-high flamethrower into an open-seating stadium chock full of human beings. Thankfully, Game Freak decided to pan away from the surely dead bodies that are now crumbling in their seats looking like Luke Skywalker's aunt and uncle. So we pan back to reality where our guy is watching his YouTube video. when suddenly an action speaks at us. I'm about as confused as you are by that statement. But yeah, apparently someone decided to name their child after a verb for some reason. I absolutely cannot wait to meet Sip, Grab, and Fart as the other main children of this game. Oh, it gets better though. You might think, well, if this guy's got any siblings, they'll probably name some weird shit like that too. But no, this guy's brother is the champion who I was just watching. And like I said, that guy's name is Leon. So basically, Leon's mom rolled a natural one after squeezing out Hop here. Maybe it's just a nickname. Hopefully it's just a nickname. So Hop leaves, and I stare in disbelief for a while before getting up, and good God, I'm fast. I mean, I don't know if I'm that fast, but I feel quick. Already game of the year in my eyes. But then we get a loading screen in a Pokemon game, and I'm served a grim reminder to temper my expectations. So we head to Hop's place. His mom tells him his brother isn't there yet, and then we run into town while Hop safeguards me from stumbling into tall grass on purpose. Then we make it to his brother, who's busy posing for random civilians. Imagine a real-life athlete or something doing some crazy-ass Great Saiyaman poses and people going nuts. So we head back, and Leon has a Pokemon for us. We've got this water tadpole thing, a fire bunny, and the Beastie Boys special, a grass monkey. They all run to their respective terrain, except there's no track fire for the bunny, so it just sets the basketball
Hey Google.
on fire. That one's my
Hey,
favorite and
Google.
the only obvious choice here. I mean, let's be honest, I like Grookey too, but look at this little bun. That is adorable. Well, Hop decides to continue the tradition of rivals choosing the Pokemon yours is strong against because fuck it, why not? And then challenges you to set his grass Pokemon on fire. Alright, couple of things. First off, the champion takes the last Pokemon, which is cool. I actually like that a lot, so at least there's that going for the whole choose your Pokemon thing. Secondly, Hop starts with 2 Pokemon, which is a nice way to even the odds, kind of. Of course, to lose to him, you'd probably have to growl 40 times in a row, but, you know, still neat. But the most important thing here is that your Pokemon level up and learn moves within battle, which is actually a pretty significant game changer when it comes to close battles. I imagine in actual competitive stuff this wouldn't happen, but it threw me off when my Score Bunny learned Ember just in time to barbecue Hop's monkey. I gotta say, I don't think there's been a line of dialogue out of the old champion here where he hasn't opened by stating that he's the champion or he owns a Charizard. Good personality.
Right.
So we head back to my mom's place to tell her I won't be seeing her for the rest of the game, probably. And it turns out that a Wooloo has rolled its rotund body out of the gate here into a, forbidden area. Apparently we live right next to a forbidden area. So we go looking for this little sheep and instead find this dog with some sausages flowing off its head. As much as I want to give this battle shit, it's actually kind of cool and reminds me a lot of running through Lavender Tower without the Sylph Scope in the way that this Pokemon has no level and our moves don't affect it. Well, eventually it knocks us out with fog, and when we wake up, Hop is dead on the ground, most of his body consumed by the... he's fine. The Pokemon knocked us out just because, and this area isn't really dangerous by any means, apparently. Leon comes in and we tell him about the experience, and he's just as confused as us about the whole ordeal. So now we can finally head off into the world, sort of. I gotta say, it's a bit jarring to see Pokemon on the overworld. I actually like it and dislike it at the same time. Part of me loves being able to see what I would encounter and being able to dodge a lot of encounters if need be, and part of me misses not knowing what's going to pop up. But I'd say that overall I enjoyed the change. So I pocket a little bluebird and press on to the actual Pokemon professor of the Galar region, Professor Magnolia. Okay, so I wasn't going to mention this, but when we told Leon about the whole mysterious fog Pokemon, he was like, well maybe if you get stronger you can come back to try to find whatever it was. But generally he didn't seem to have an interest in it. Then we get to the professor's assistant here, and she's like, have you come to continue to bug me about finding super rare one-of-a-kind Pokemon? So I guess this asshole just thought we got high off the fog here and passed out instead of looking for the legendary Pokemon himself. Anyways, this is Sonia. Apparently she used to be Leon's rival, in addition to being the assistant to the professor. So she's the loser who Hop will be joining by the end of this game. So we carry on before reaching the end of the tutorial bit here. I gotta say, in terms of sheer beginnings, Pokemon Sword isn't particularly unique, but it certainly does iterate the old formula of average Pokemon beginnings pretty damn well. I'm actually having fun, and I really can't complain too much about everything that's gone down so far. Eventually, we make it to Professor Magnolia, who's an older lady living down in this beautiful area. Leon immediately asks the professor about the so-called Dynamax phenomenon, which is obviously the thing we witnessed where Charizard turned into Godzilla at the start of the game. But she's like, nah, I don't know shit about that, stop asking. An interesting thing about this particular region of the world is that in order to take on the gym leaders, you need an endorsement from a particularly high up and proven trainer in the world, which I actually like a lot. While we may still be children in this game, as is tradition, I like the idea that not just anyone can roll up on a gym and try to take it on. Obviously, Leon would be the person that we could try to get to endorse us, but he wants to see us battle again before doing so. Now let's talk about Hop as a character. Hop is pretty goddamn annoying. He reminds me a lot of your rival in Gen 4, Barry. He's very quick to rush into everything, overzealous to a fault, and worst of all, the guy is so cocksure in his knowledge. He constantly lectures about all of the knowledge that he scrounged up from reading books and watching his brother, yet he picked the type that's weak to yours despite having the opportunity not to. And on top of that, he does this whole, I see you learned about type matchups, whenever I inflict super effective damage on his Pokemon. He's actually more akin to a mixture of Barry and How, which are some of the worst rivals in the series in my opinion. And ironically, after you defeat him, Hop's like, and I threw my Pokeball perfectly and everything. Like, which one are you, a fountain of knowledge or naivety? And on top of all of that, the dude constantly talks about how he's going to become some legendary hero of Pokemon or something, and it's just annoying after a while. Either way, Leon congratulates us on a great match despite it being me wiping the floor with Hop with a single Pokemon. I really do wish there were multiple dialogues for these types of things besides if you win or lose. It'd be really cool to see Leon react differently if it was a super close battle or really one-sided. But hey man, it's 2021. That's futuristic 2077 technology we're talking about. Well, right after we get our endorsements, our Dynamax fuel literally falls from the sky so that we can make our Pokemon big. I guess we could have just gotten the bans from the professor like every other game, but hey, why not make the required piece literally fall from heaven first instead? That doesn't feel awkward at all. Well, now it's time to head off to do gym stuff and, So I bought this game for my wife so that she could play alongside me, and apparently that means that this bullshit that you see on screen starts appearing after a certain amount of time since she's questing as well. I get the idea of it, and it's cool in a way if you're playing over the internet with your friends, but when I can look over at my wife's screen and see what she's doing, it seems more than a little annoying. Apparently there is no way to turn this off. Are you out of your mind? Is this really an issue 1.5 years after the game's release? I looked it up, and the only way to reliably turn off these stupid little notifications besides turning your Switch on and off is to turn your Switch on airplane mode. But even when I did that, they still pop up when I do something notable like catch a new Pokemon. Fucking what? People complained about this immediately on the game's release. But I guess that Game Freak was too busy shoveling $30 DLC at people to be asked to actually add a real quality of life change to the game. Either way, we're off to the next city. But our ride gets cut short when a herd of Wooloo continue to make sure that they're the ultimate antagonist of the game by blocking the train tracks, which gives us the opportunity to go camping and catching in a vast wild area. And I'm actually not too upset about that at all, honestly. As much as I just bitched about the Wycom, Game Freak immediately launches itself back into the graces of neutrality by giving us a way to access our Pokemon storage box on the go. That is an absolutely fantastic addition to the franchise, and I really can't get mad about the Wycom thing because of it, so great call there. So let's talk about the super off-putting gimmick that is Dynamaxing. So, there are these little places of power all around the map here where you can fight these gigantic Pokemon called Dynamax Pokemon. And you can invite others to raid with you, or you can just play with NPCs. And it's such a weird mechanic. I think that Game Freak thought this would be a fun way to do something unique, and I really can't fault them for trying it. But I really don't enjoy the mechanic if I'm going to be fully honest. All the battles feel nearly exactly the same, and I'd probably feel better about them if they tended to be only super rare Pokemon, or only happened rarely in general. But the Pokemon that you encounter seem like they can be nearly anything, and it makes facing down some of them kind of laughable. On top of that, they tend to be a much higher level than most of your Pokemon team, which is super odd to me, honestly. Like it's almost always going to be an instant power boost to my party, and it almost feels cheap to find a decent Pokemon at a much higher level with minimal effort. But the speedrunning of levels does not stop there. This game is nuts when it comes to pure XP gain. You can catch Dynamax Pokemon, but you can also run into ridiculously powerful Pokemon out in the field that actually can't be caught. Like I had a level 31 Haunter take on my average level of maybe 12 or 13 team, which is insane. And it probably would have wiped me if it wasn't for the fact that it killed itself. But the XP gain was absolutely batshit for my team. And I'm not even sure how to... Like, I know it sounds strange, but I'm so put off by these games that I don't even know how to build my team anymore. I get kills from Dynamax battles which increase my Pokemon's XP by lots. I can gain XP by camping with them. The whole game is just XP simulator. And I really don't know how to feel, because while I love how fast I can get a team going, I'm just not used to it at all. I don't even know if I'm over-leveled at this stage. I guess if I were to summarize all of this, I would say that these mechanics seem to fly in way sooner than you would expect them to. It almost feels like Dynamaxing should have come mid to late game. And on top of that, this whole area feels like a mishmash of just biomes, almost like a safari zone. And again, this is like an hour or so into the game. Now, all of that said, there is a hard level cap which increases when you start fighting gyms, and this affects which level of Pokemon you can catch. And I actually do like that, because as much as this whole process threw me for a loop at first, I'm glad that I can't validate my game by basically catching some level 40 beast with little to no effort, even if there was a chance that it wouldn't obey me. At this stage, the game definitely brings a new coat of paint to the franchise, even if that coat is a little hindered by Dynamax Pokemon in my eyes. Basically, I went from manually grinding to a certain level with each Pokemon to choosing whoever will get the job done against these overpowered monsters across this vast field. My goal now is more about having my whole team hit or get close to the catch level cap before moving on, and it has me going about increasing my team level in a pretty different way over previous games. It's an interesting system, and I'm not fully opposed to it, honestly. I will say that in order to keep my Pokemon alive without a Pokemon Center out here, I do have to set up camp to make curry, which can become pretty tedious if I repeatedly get half of my party wiped out by a stronger Pokemon. I guess it's more about how long the process takes rather than it actually being difficult. And I think that's my biggest gripe at this stage. A lot of this grind feels artificially extended by Dynamax cutscenes and cooking cutscenes, which sucks. Because if you're going to give me a fast track to gather XP, let me skip the same boring cutscenes I've seen over and over. And the most irritating part about all of this is that Game Freak actually had the foresight to put in a skip cutscenes option, but it only works on story cutscenes, as does the skipping of battle animations only work on actual attack animations. Great options, shitty implementation. Alright, so I finally make it to Motostoke, which is a cool name for a city, honestly. And it looks neat. And this game just keeps tossing new things at me. You've got your trainer card, which you can customize. Perfect. You've got little jobs you can send your Pokemon on, which I thought was kind of neat in its own way, especially with the way that it encourages me to catch different types of Pokemon to help with particular jobs. I didn't mention it before, but as you're running around and interacting with these little red holes in the ground, you're constantly gaining a currency known as Watts, which can be traded around the area for some of the best TMs in the game. Actually, these ones in particular harken back to the TMs from older games, which break in one use. These TMs which break in one use are actually known as TRs, which of course stands for Technical Machines. Don't look it up, that's what it stands for. I think this system is a pretty good balance as far as getting endgame moves goes. Because originally you'd have a shop where you can buy the good stuff with money, and you'd have to buy each one to outfit your team with Earthquake over and over. Then they made it so that your TMs were infinite use, so it felt kind of easy to get your team decked out. Now you've got that system mixed with this new one which combines the two. It's a good call. And now I'm just exploring, kind of. Instead of some police officer going, "Well, they're found the earth just split open here from a swarm of Diglets. You're gonna have to wait for a bit." Our guy just sees a dude freaking out about the lifts being able to take him up and down the city, and he politely backs away so as to not interrupt his raving. Also, we're still in a world where I have to pay before seeing what I can do with my hair in this game, which is great. I like how I get my hair did, and the lady goes, "By the way, you cannot wear a hat now." Yeah, thanks for warning me on that one. So I finally head into the gym area here, which is a gigantic soccer-esque stadium. I believe that's how all gyms are set up here in this region. But I'm sure we'll find that out after we watch this very obvious antagonist character brush their ridiculous hair back and walk out. If you ever needed something that epitomizes Hop, it's this scene where he scornfully looks at and comments on the guy walking out with his smug look, and then proceeds to smugly demand that the registration worker here sign him up quicker. Well, after getting signed up, I chat up the two characters who stand out here. The first one is the guy from before who proceeds to tell me that I shouldn't be wasting his precious time by talking to him, and then proceeds to stand importantly by himself while looking in a random direction. And the second is this girl who I recognize from the internet freaking out over her at some point or another, but she don't got nothing important to say. So small thing to note here is that the blonde guy claims to have been endorsed by the chairman of the Pokemon League. That would be the guy from the start of the game, Rose. Apparently he owns nearly every major business in the region, which, yeah, thinking he might be a part of some villain plot knowing how Pokemon games tend to roll. Alright, time for a bunch of backstory. So Sonia here elaborates on the legend of some hero way back in the day. And we check all of the boxes that make a Pokemon story a Pokemon story. Some kind of disaster which covered the land in storms. A sword and a shield. A young hero with emphasis on young, despite the statue being built to look like Conan the Barbarian with its tree trunk thighs and arms the size of freight yard crates. Yep, details are all here. I'm sure we'll find out more later when the chairman's endorsed blonde-haired and frizzy lad goes nuts and tries to do something stupid before the chairman steps out and goes, "No, no, no, you were the chosen one. This was not the way." Team Rocket, Team Aqua and Magma, Galactic, Plasma, Flare, Skull. How did we get from those to Team Yell? Holy shit. Can't even say I'm surprised after Hop, but good god. At least make it rhyme with Team Sortie or something. Well... Alright, so this guy's basically followed that girl around who I talked to earlier, whose name is Marnie, and they just cheer her on. But they also kind of get into scuffles and whatnot over her, so... Well, they're not really a villainous group. They're just rowdy punks. So they're kind of like Team Skull, except more down to earth in a way. Because Skull still wanted to take people's Pokemon, they were just a herd of dipshits. These guys seem to have good intentions. They're just misguided. And stupid name aside, I actually don't mind them. Also, I am over-leveled as fuck. So it's time to finally get to the stadium here, and man, it's actually really goddamn cool. Honestly, this is probably one of the most cinematic moments in a Pokemon game for me. Because of course you can risk the world turning on its head and some legendary Pokemon coming out and screaming in the front while people look scared. But, I mean, I don't know. This stadium moment felt so cool. So much more grounded. Every single gym leader is introduced at the same time, save for one of them. And honestly, they all have pretty damn cool designs. Even this baby-faced man who looks like a toddler got strapped to Arnold Schwarzenegger's body. God, this is cool. I wasn't expecting to say that at all. Okay, so initially I thought the gym system was different from previous games because it seemed like it was presented differently. I thought it would be like something where I performed a Sun and Moon's Island Kahunas, and then I would run back to the main stadium with Photostoke to take on their leader. But it's just your standard gym puzzles with trainers sprinkled in on your way to the leader. Which, yeah, I'm alright with that. So after this cutscene, we meet up with Leon and the chairman again, who doesn't have anything super important to say yet. But the chairman has his own theme song. So yeah, this guy's definitely a villain. So we grab a way to fly immediately, which involves taking a Corviknight around to places that you've been already. So it's a lot like Sun and Moon again, which is cool. Though it is a bit odd that there isn't a flying animation. I'm not complaining though, honestly. I'm gonna say I'm actually having a blast. I don't know if that's going to change, but my expectations being near zero probably helped this game to turn them around quite a lot so far. So I carry on through some mines with some really groovy music before running into the blonde frizzy guy from before, whose name is Bede. Bede. Yeah, it's gotta be Bede. It's Bede. Anyways, he's super confident and all that. Pretty much the reiteration of every smug, arrogant, overconfident, villainous type which you see in these games. He uses all psychic Pokemon, which makes me wonder if he's going to be the missing 8th gym leader down the line. Because as always, gym leaders stick to one type to test challengers' mettle for some reason. He gets his cheeks beat before blah blah blah, I went easy on you. Blah blah, I've memorized your attack style. Yeah, my attack style was using 2 moves on one Pokemon. At least his battle music sounds like a Mega Man song. So we make it to the Grass Leaders town, which is less of a town and more of a stadium with a handful of buildings around it. The challenge involves herding Woo across the map, which
What do
isn't
you
much of a
think you're
challenge, but
doing?
that's totally fine.
Make
It's
for
the
the duck.
first gym. I don't expect much. Taking on Milo here is pretty damn cool, though his team does consist of 2 grass Pokemon against my fire starters, so yeah. The music's pretty good, and I enjoyed this whole experience. So we head off to the next gym where we encounter Team Shout threatening some dude for his bike. Their reasoning is so that they can use it to chase gym challengers with it until they get tired. Yeah. So I thrashed them, and then the guy who was like, "Hey, these guys were trying to steal my bike," goes, "Here, you can have my bike. Use it. Now." No. Fuck, okay, Jesus. No. No. Fuck, okay, Jesus. Then we run into Jump, who gets blown out as easily as he always has. In fact, I decimate him so badly that he gives me a revive. Now, if that's not an assertion of dominance, I don't know what is. So we continue across this bridge filled with feathers, because apparently feathers and bridges in Pokemon games are just a common theme. Then we make it to the next gym town, which assaults me with the single worst song I've ever heard in a Pokemon game. Fortunately, the chairman is here with his handler. She seems particularly strict, which makes me wonder if she's really the evil one who inadvertently causes Rose to do some dumb shit, or if Rose has hired her because he knows how stern she is. Bede is also here, but who cares? So I head through this town, which actually feels like a real town, though most of the houses here are pretty boring. There is one, though, with a lady who says that if a gym leader loses enough times to a challenger, that their gym gets demoted to the minor gym circuit, which is interesting to me. I like the concept, but it makes me wonder if the leaders here also switch out their Pokemon depending on the strength of the challenger. Interesting. Now, something I didn't mention before, which seems super odd to me, is the fact that you can purchase these gym uniforms. And at first glance, I thought, oh sweet, I want to make my uniform different for gym battles. Except for your gym battles, you have to stick to your basic white one. So you can buy the uniform for outside of gyms, but not in them. Doesn't that seem like it would be an obvious addition? So we take on Nessa's funhouse of water fighters and take her out with no issues. Again, the Dynamax thing seems neato in gym battles particularly, but all the ones I fought casually earlier make it less impressive overall. Plus, it's worth noting that I love the idea of the audience chanting for the last part of the pretty damn cool gym battle theme, but it really doesn't match how the song sounds, which kinda sucks. So it's on to the next gym as always. The game actually moves faster than I thought it would, but I'm also okay with that. So we blast through the game by one-shotting his entire team on our way through some mines. It's worth noting here that Beard has made a pretty constant statement about collecting wishing stars, the things used in conjunction with Dynamax bands to make Pokemon large. I'm sure nothing nefarious is going on here. So we continue on through the cave, take out some more Team Simp members, and eventually run into the third gym leader who sends some members of his own running. As often as these guys run, you'd think they'd be in better shape, but who am I to judge? This is actually the first gym leader that I really enjoy personality-wise, because the reason that he's here in this cave full of water Pokemon is to train his fire team up better. I don't think that's quite how it works from a technical perspective, but I do respect the idea behind it. The guy's a machine who wants to make sure that he's in top shape at all times, and I enjoy the idea that he's not just chilling outside somewhere in his off time. So we head back to the hotel for the night and run into Marty. She wants to test her team against yours, to which
Good day, good day.
Not much to be said here, but I do really like her battle.
What do you have
a lot.
today?
Something to note here is that the day-night cycle in this game seems to be event-based rather than system clock-based, which is weird considering that we've had a system
Have you got a
clock-based
contract
cycle
for?
since Generation
Another
2.
day,
Well, not
another...
system-based for some of the earlier ones. You set it on the cartridge and it
The
memorizes.
target is a talent
Still,
in
it's
the
pretty
business
unique.
of murder.
I wonder if the
I
post-game will go
suspect
to the
you are
system
even
clock
better.
instead. Well, the fire gym is actually located in Motostoke, which is interesting.
Monsters,
My
they say.
favorite gym leader so
Terrible
far, the
creatures.
challenge here is probably
Go
one of
get
the
rid of the beasts.
cleverly designed systems that I've had the pleasure of playing in a Pokemon game. So instead of doing
No hurry, but sooner's always better than later. Unless you're the
double battle
target.
with one of the gym's trainers here, and the trainer attacks your Pokemon and tries to keep you from catching the wild Pokemon. This is an extraordinarily clever idea that could have been executed since Gen 3 or so with the existing mechanics, and I have to applaud the devs for coming up with the idea. The actual battle is pretty fun too, as I never expected the guy's normal-sized Arcanine to take a Dynamax water attack from a Gyarados 5 levels higher than it. I still don't know how that happened, but the battle was fun, or as fun as it can be for a 6v3. Afterwards, Kabu modestly accepts his defeat and explains that he needs to keep training, which is admirable. The thing that bugs me, and I think it's just a Pokemon thing, the fact that Hop is always a batch ahead of me as a rival always makes these kind of victories feel lesser in my eyes. Like, I feel even worse for Kabu after he got thrashed literally twice in a row, and it kind of sucks to know that I'm always second, which is something that I've literally
See you
never
later,
known
friend.
in previous games despite the
So
phenomenon
long,
being
farewell.
a regular occurrence. I don't know. Maybe I'd feel better if I saw that Hop's matchup was really down to the wire or something. Then I'd at least have the satisfaction of knowing that I'm just that much better. Though I guess with the amount that the guys battled me, I should know that. It just feels bad taking these gym leaders with fun personalities on for their second loss of the day is all. Well, as if the game were listening to me, Beat comes around to challenge Hop, actually. And he wins. As I find out when I reach the gates of the next city. Something tells me that Hop unfortunately won't just disappear, but maybe he'll lag behind me for now at least. Well, Hammerlock is... man, it's fucking cool. Whole place is built around this gigantic castle which reaches into the sky with various towers and outposts. It looks amazing. It's probably one of my favorite looking towns in a Pokemon game. Damn, that's back-to-back favorites. Slow down, Pokemon Sword. So we meet up with Rose and his evil crony, who shows that Rose may indeed be a helpless idiot who's being manipulated by the one who looks like a Disney villain. She pulls Beat off to the side to speak to him about his whole wishing star gathering, to which Rose pays no mind. He then excitedly explains that you should meet him in the castle so that he can basically outline his idea to help the world by utilizing the energy source located within wishing stars to replace natural gases and coal. Interesting, but not overly interesting. The half-interest only continues on when I reach the vault of the castle here, which isn't filled with treasure beyond my wildest dreams, but instead some tapestries which basically say, once upon a time there were two young heroes who wished upon a star. Then bad shit happened. Then they looked at a sword and shield. Then they became kings. What a beautiful tale. I'm sure that it won't repeat itself in the form of Hop and myself. Though Sonya here then points out that we only ever worshipped one hero, oddly enough. So maybe Hop dies. Can you imagine? I would easily crown this the king of all Pokemon games if the young child Hop was murderized by the hands of a vicious disaster. You know, some people pointed out in my KOTOR 2 video that I would probably be a Sith in real life. I really don't know where they get that idea from, honestly. Oh my god, I think I might be falling in love. No! So more team anger noises, chaos ensues, and Hop shows up all depressed. I like that. That's actually a good change of pace. Something tells me that it'll still beat the next gym before me, though. So we head through this area, right? And we get to this dusty-ass town, and here's Hop again, ready to battle. Now, I know you're thinking, this battle is gonna go the same as always. But you're wrong. He's got a dumbass bird that looks about as stupid as he is with him. No, but seriously, Hop's entire lineup has shifted, save his starter, after getting thrashed by Bede. I actually like that development a lot. This guy went from shoving his shit-tier Wooloo around and acting like he was going to carry it to the Pokemon League to catching whatever strong Pokemon he could find. And that speaks volumes about his attitude, as it goes from, me and my team are the best, and we're gonna knock everyone out on the way to defeating my undefeatable brother, to, I must become stronger by any means necessary, even if it means booting out Pokemon with less potential from my party. Is it a revolutionary idea? Nah. I mean, Hao kind of had his own comeuppance, albeit much later in Sun and Moon. But I don't recall him having an entirely new lineup as a means of becoming more powerful. I wish the guy would have tossed out his starter though, honestly, because that would have really sealed the deal with how distraught he was to losing to Bede.
We tell you it's a nice day for a run. But you know, every day's a run day. And we'd say you should go on more runs if you want to, but you always find the time. Nice one, bruv. Maybe we should tell you that some running leads to more running. Jack loves running.
I hate running. I love these things.
Brilliant. We should also tell you that these are the best running shoes on earth.
Then maybe you knew that.
And if not, now you do.
Have you listened to my new podcast, Yeah, No, I'm Not Okay? An episode is up, though, with my girl, Carla Cornejo Villavicencio. The episode is incredible. I'm super, super proud of it. I worked hard on it. Sorry you didn't do that, but I did. She is incredible. I don't need to tell you anymore. What are you waiting for?
Good development overall, though. Also, something that's pretty interesting is that my wife just went through the ghost gym at this stage, but for me, it's the fighting gym. I didn't realize the version differences extended that deeply, and I think I'll try to keep an eye out for more changes like that if I can. So you'll have noticed that the last 10 minutes or so of this video have followed a very simple formula. Gym, route to the next gym, route, gym, gym. And I want to make this perfectly clear. This is the perfect pacing for me. Sprinkles of storyline while I blaze a trail through the gyms and pump up my team is excellent. I've never liked it when a Pokemon story gets full of itself because more often than not, they're just not well written enough to justify wasting time on. I get that they're oftentimes written to appeal to younger people, but as an adult fan who's played the franchise for 25 years, I'd rather just boomer my way through the gyms and make my team strong. That's not to say that a Pokemon story absolutely cannot be written to appeal to both kids and adults. I mean, look at Shrek. I'd still watch that shit today. But given the Pokemon series track record, I'm not super stoked for when the game inevitably pivots towards story time before I can continue on my gym excursion. So the fighting gym has the same kind of challenge as the ghost gym in S.H.I.E.L.D. Basically, you have to take these teacups for a spin down to the bottom, which is done by rotating your control stick. Nothing extraordinary, but still kind of neat. The gym leader here uses a Machamp, which Dynamaxes into this hulking monstrosity. This moves the special form which the previous gym leader had with his Dark Souls boss Centipede. Apparently these are known as Gigantamax forms, and there are only a handful of Pokemon in the game which have the potential to pull it off. I really like the idea of some Pokemon shifting even further, but getting your hands on them is a lot harder to do without the DLC, unfortunately. So if I did have a Machamp, it more than likely wouldn't be able to achieve the form that this gym leader's did, unless I got incredibly lucky when finding an already Gigantamaxed form out in the wild area after collecting all of the gym badges. With the DLC, though, I could feed a regular Machamp some special soup or whatever to cause it to achieve that form. That kind of blows, but whatever. So we pop back out to Knot Hop, which is very pleasant. Instead we get Sonia, who's here on some more Dynamax research. She's going on about some mural in this town's ruins too, when suddenly there's an exploding boom sound in the distance from the ruins' direction. Well, turns out Bede has decided that destroying a bunch of ancient graffiti is the best way to obtain more wishing stars. To do this, he's borrowed the chairman's Pokemon. So I throat chop every single one of his Pokemon in hopes that I could maybe throat chop him too, but no dice there. Then the chairman and his assistant come running up to scold Bede. No destroying the ancient ruins, little beater. My favorite part about this is Bede asking if they stood in the way of a Pokemon Simple Bede, which is about the funniest Pokemon-related insult I think I've seen in a game. Well, it turns out that justice does exist, as they take away Bede's wishing stars and tell him that he can't participate in the gym challenge anymore. Awesome. But now I've got to try to predict the trajectory of the tragedy here. Either Beat kidnaps the wishing stars and uses them to try to prove that he knows what he's doing while unleashing disaster, or Rose or his assistant use the stars to do the same thing, except more evilly. I'm leaning heaviest towards the latter one there. Though that said, Sonya then launches into this mini-speech about how Beat has no family, and how the chairman took him under his wing. So Beat has only ever fought with the chairman to make him proud. So maybe Beat will go down the route of proving himself for revenge. We'll see. After this, the mural crumbles, revealing a couple of perfectly placed statues, basically depicting the same kind of imagery that the tapestry depicted back in Hammerlock. I just like how Sonya makes this expression like everything makes perfect sense now, but then she goes, "Hey, it's the same thing as the tapestries." I don't know what this means. Good research. So we take a ridiculously short trip over to the next gym town, Valhalla. Oh shit. Again, this is one of the coolest towns that I've seen aesthetically. I really love the way that it looks, and I'm pretty damn happy about that. So we carry on to this mystical town, grabbing some items, talking to a man who wants to get Pokemon, meeting with Marnie, grabbing a man's love ball. And then we start on the gym challenge, which is your standard string of trainers,
to see what you have in stock.
with a twist of quiz questions. If I answer something right, I get a stat boost. If I answer something wrong, I get a decrease. Alright, that's an okay twist, I guess. If you stand your ground, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. Ah, the old George Zimmerman defense. So yeah, the questions which this old lady brigade asks ranges from what's fairy week to what was the previous trainer's name, to what's my favorite food for breakfast. I'm sorry, what? How the fuck am I supposed to know that? I mean, if you're gonna ask me a trivia question and you want to make it difficult, why not make it something like, what kind of Pokemon appears down this route, or something? So I push on into Opal's old lady cave, where she stands ready to fight off a hernia. I was hoping that I'd get to watch her shuffle in at the speed of 2 snails pushing 3 snails, but I guess we'll just have to send
Nothing
her
more today.
in the center. Well, her questions are much better, as she just flings bullshit at me. Like there was a little boy in this town who said to me before all of this that she always tells him to wear more pink, and she tells me that I should wear more pink as well. So what's your favorite color? It's purple, dude. Right. So instead of quiz questions, why not just have her spin a wheel of buffs and debuffs? Whatever it lands on is what my Pokemon gets. That seems just as fair, but more fun. So after we get our badge, Opal tells us that we failed her test, meaning that she's been looking for a replacement gym leader since a stiff breeze is danger level 4 for her in her old age. Let's think for a moment. Who wears pink, is overly dramatic, and tends to assert themselves in a way that gets annoying? Yeah, alright. So he's probably going to take that gym over and make it into a psychic one, which is sort of in line with what I said before, but we are still missing a gym leader now. So we run into Hop again, who seems to be back to his former self, though with a brand new team again. We take him on for, I don't know, I think the 6th time, before he runs ahead to the next gym. I guess we got to relish the idea of him being behind us for 2 whole gyms, which is better than nothing. Well, after quite a trek in comparison to the route to Opal's gym, we make it to this quiet, snowy city. I dig this place a lot also. Damn, dude, that's like 3 towns that I've really liked now. Well, the gym for me is the Rock Gym, again differentiating from Shield's Ice Gym. I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably have preferred the Ghost and Ice gyms, because I like the gym leader's looks a lot more than what I got. Plus, Ice seems a lot
I'll leave my gear behind and dress the part.
I am woefully
Vinland we go.
for Rock with my team.
We'll leave
I
now.
guess there just hasn't been a single grass type that I've really vibed with. I can't get Gibble yet from Shield, which is the ground type that I want, and I can't get Komao yet, which is the main fighting type that I'd be interested in. Anyways, Hop is here ahead of me again, but he actually lost to the gym, which is exactly what I was hoping would happen. That is perfect. Not only does it promote more growth of his character, it actually makes me feel better about my own achievements. Well done, Game Freak. So the Rock Gym has me navigating through the thing using these blowtorches to not fall into pitfalls, which seems like a pretty standard gym setup from nearly any generation. Though I did try to smart-ass my way through the thing with the heavy-duty boots. But that didn't work. It'd be kind of funny if it did, though, even if it didn't work practice. I'd say that overall this gym kind of sucks. Since basically if you do fall, you just do the thing again from whichever checkpoint you got to last. Either way, we take on Gordy, who's the chunkier version of Milo from the start of the game. He does give me a bit more trouble than the other leaders, but I still haven't had a Pokemon knocked out at this stage by a gym leader. I do gotta say, it's weird getting Rock Tomb this late in the game as an TM reward. I guess I just always associated with the TM from Brock at the first gym in Kanto, at least in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Alright, so you know when we exit the gym, there's gonna be somebody waiting out there for us. It's just the formula. I honestly have to admit that I don't mind it because it keeps the story in the back of the player's mind while they collect badges. The issue here is that Sonia wants to take us to a restaurant. And I shit you not, there's a fucking ancient tapestry sitting on the wall in the background of this Denny's. Are you kidding me? That's what they came up with? I mean, fuck, if it cost me an extra 10 minutes, I'd rather a customer be overheard talking about some hidden runes that were just discovered. I mean, good God. And there isn't even an explanation. Like, the owner doesn't come out and go, "My uncle was an art collector before passing on, and he wanted me to have this. I chose to display this timeless piece of art here in me pride and joy, me restaurant." It's just here. Imagine walking into an Applebee's, ordering your all-you-can-eat riblets or whatever the fuck, and then glancing around at the countless heaps of sports memorabilia just to see the fucking Bill of Rights nestled on the back wall between a University of Michigan flag and a Detroit Red Wings hockey puck. I'm so distraught over this. But it only gets worse. We're sitting here in front of the baths because there never won't be baths in a Pokemon game. And Sonia's like, "Yes, the two heroes used to bathe here. Say, do you two think you could be the new heroes?" What the fuck? I mean, this plot wasn't very subtle to begin with, but Jesus Christ. Why not just have the ancient heroes be one-to-one replica photographs of the main character and hop at this stage? That's the only way I could think of to make it less subtle than this. But yeah, this whole conversation gives us an excuse to grab Hop by the ankle and shake him for his lunch money again in a Pokemon battle. At which stage does he realize that he just lost to the gym that I just faced? Probably never. So we head down the icy river route before running into more Team Loud grunts harassing the exact same doctor who apparently is on a cross-country trip to provide me with bike parts, as defeating him nets me an upgrade which lets me cycle on water. Another 20,000 ways to go about this upgrade, but yeah, I guess doing the exact same thing is the easiest. So I cycle across this frozen waterscape, fighting off fishermen and swimmers who are dressed like it's not sub-zero temperatures. I get that you designed one male and one female swimmer model, but did you really have to sprinkle them where it's hailing when they're wearing either no shirt or a bikini? I guess it makes about as much sense as the tropical beach chairs and the regular berry tree out here also, though. So we make it to the next town where the dark gym is supposed to be, and the gate is closed. Well, Marnie is hanging out around the corner, literally within eyesight of everyone complaining about the city gates being closed. And she goes, "Oi, come here." So I walk 10 feet around the corner, and she goes, "I know of a secret entrance to this place." The secret entrance is an opening in the wall. No secret passcode, no sewers or tunnels, just a hole in the wall with a Pokemon Center in plain sight. Can we just try? Like, sure, it's convenient, but you could have easily had the aforementioned password or like a sewer system that actually has a little undercity with a Pokemon Center attached. Just fuck, man. Try. That's all I ask. So the actual town of Spikemoot is Marnie's home, meaning that Team Yell is also situated here. The music is decent and the looks are pretty cool, but the entire town has nobody in it besides these Team Yell grunts which keep challenging you as you work your way to the gym leader. Basically, the entire town is a gym, which is a neat concept, but I really feel like the whole place is a missed opportunity. Like when you beat a couple of grunts, one of them goes, "Hey, follow the neon signs." The neon signs point in one fucking direction, because it's literally the only way you can go besides the way that you came. Really? Like, again, so many ways that you could have done this, but you made it a straight shot down an alley to get to the gym leader. It's literally the most basic gym of the game, on par with many older generations' first gyms. Why not have seedy characters which offer to sell you enhancements for your Pokemon if you buy the correct one? If you buy the incorrect one, the item hurts your Pokemon or gives them a debuff in the next battle. A little like the Fairy Gym. If you refuse to buy, you fight the merchant. Or how about somebody mugs you for a chunk of money that you have to chase before others jump you? What if the Team Yell members which you defeat wind up joining and cheering for you? Adopt a new color scheme before it leads into a little turf war between the old members and the new members. It can even spill into the remainder of the game, in which you become an almost mob boss-esque entity, which inspires your
I should not be
particular
seen in
faction
this
of
area.
gang members to focus on whichever option that you choose. You could have them focus on helping people, or you could have them focus on making you money, or you could have them focus on something in between those two. I don't know, the possibilities laid out in Pokemon games are potentially limitless, and yet this is what we get. Well, about as confusing as the Gym City layout is this scene where the gym leader is introduced. Listen to this. This sounds like booing, right? It seems like they're booing him, but it also seems like they're happily cheering. Alright. Well, this whole place is lost out because this complex actually comprised of gym leaders from Spike Booth's gym. And they decided to try to suit up and help out Marnie with their challenge for whatever reason. Locking down the city means that other trainers wouldn't be able to get in their way by challenging the gym here. So if we go off what the lady in Nessa's hometown told us, there definitely seems to be some kind of Galar region regulations on gyms, right? Like they'll remove a gym leader for losing too much, which makes sense. But they're all right with an entire gym just closing down to push their city's prodigy out or whatever. Why haven't any officials stepped in? So yeah, we fight the gym leader Piers. Probably the most interesting gym fight in the game, just by comparison to the rest. So at least there's that. He starts off by saying, "Yeah, this gym kinda sucks." But then he goes full rocket mode and starts screaming into his microphone about which moves his Pokemon has. Tactical genius. Additionally, he doesn't Dynamax his Pokemon, which means that we don't either. It's really not such a bad thing, as Dynamaxing has gotten stale by this stage. And lastly, the gym music is unique compared to the rest, which I very much appreciate. All in all, horrible gym, his poor implementation for creating and changes, and the only saving grace is the differences between this leader and the rest. So it turns out that this guy is Barney's big brother, which explains a lot. He wants her to take over the gym in his stead, but she's aiming at becoming the league champion. So after I beat Piers, she gears up to take him on. Meanwhile, at the start of the town, some kind of explosion is heard outside. This is the third explosion of the game. This might come from the town after the gates have been opened to tell me that there's some trouble down Route 9. And so we run out and Leon is here to investigate. Here's something that I actually love. I'm a child in this game, right? As always in Pokemon. But in every other Pokemon game, every adult relies on some 11-year-old kid or whatever to take care of the horrible problems usually created by full-blown adults. It's always been a silly trope that makes me resent the adults in the game. Well, in this one, there was a major issue at the power plant type thing earlier on, and the chairman tells us that the adults will handle it. That's great. And basically the same thing happens here with Leon. He's like, "Hey dude, I'm the champion. Don't worry about any of this, just go on and complete your gym challenge." That is perfect. And it's all I asked for, honestly, because the adults have now told the child that they will sort out the mess. Even if I do get involved now, it's because I, the child, have chosen to do so. This is so much better than the adults going, "Please, child, you must go to the Forbidden Cave with the ancient beast of a Pokemon and take care of it." Oh, the Elite Four? The league champion? The gym leaders? No. They're busy. They have shit to do. So what's happening is that there's more wild Pokemon suddenly Dynamaxing around the area, and Leon is taking them out. Which is fine by me because it saved me from having to watch 3 minutes of cutscene per battle. So we head to the final gym, the Dragon Gym. Well, we're out of ideas, so this gym is just 3 back-to-back doubles battles, followed by the leader who also fights in doubles. Here's the deal. This dude's the Dragon Gym Leader, supposedly, as everyone has said 24,000 times. On top of that, he claims to control the weather before we start. This guy has 2 dragon Pokemon. The other 2 are ground and rock, and the only weather that he controls are sandstorms. Now that said, this is a very good fight. I've said it 1,000 times, but gym leaders being constrained to a single Pokemon type is pretty silly to prove yourself as a competent opponent. All you usually need is a single Pokemon to counter most gyms. But this is the first time in this game where any of my Pokemon fainted, and he took out 3 of them. It's actually a great battle, and I would have been in trouble if he had a full team. So we beat the guy, and Hop comes in to challenge him next, unfortunately. Then we head out, and Sonia gets handed her lab coat, making her a professor. People have been doing this all wrong, going to school and all that shit. Just buy a lab coat, dude. Makes you a professor right away. So I check my poker jobs as I have been, because I always get access to more of them after beating a gym. Well, every time the requirements allow for more and more Pokemon to join the jobs. Like the first few jobs have a max of 3 Pokemon allowed to join, and then it goes up little by little. Like after the 7th badge, I could send like 9 or 10 Pokemon on a job. Well, after the 8th gym, I can send a staggering 30 Dragon Pokemon on a job. There are not 30 Dragon Pokemon in the game, at least not without DLC. And even if I collected the 28 or so that exist in the vanilla game, I'd have to scour and trade for them. I know you can argue that I could just get duplicates, but are you out of your mind? Not only do I not just want to catch random dupes, it's also an insane amount of dragons. I know that I can just send 1 Pokemon on a job, but come on. So, oddly enough, again, disaster seems to be springing up around me with these Dynamax and Pokemon mirroring the past catastrophe which plagued the Galar region. But again, as a kid, I'm told to continue my Pokemon League experience while the adults handle it. And again, I appreciate this. It's almost like I'm proving my worth as a trainer before assisting with something so dangerous. Whereas in previous games I would go save the world before taking on the Pokemon League. And I feel like that's just a design philosophy which never evolved until now. Because in the first 2 games that kind of worked. You take out Team Rocket and foil their plans and move seamlessly into the endgame to face down the League. It worked there because Team Rocket was almost a mob-type entity that was just a group of assholes. And it wasn't so much that it was an ancient deity that had come back to take over the world or whatever the fuck. It started to get silly with Sapphire onwards, though, as Looming Disaster always needed to be thwarted by pretty much entirely you as a kid who didn't even have all of his badges most of the time. I will note that I believe that Black and White did a pretty decent job of melding everything together, though, to some degree. Now, while we're completely unfocused, let's jump back again to Dynamax raid battles. I kind of swept all of this under the rug of boring before when I touched on this topic. Well, later on when you get to the 5-star raid battles, they become more difficult and interesting, but also really impossible to do on your own. And it's not for a lack of skill on my end, but because the game requires you to have NPC allies if you don't go looking for other players online, you get fucked a good 95% of the time. As the NPCs are actual garbage with the intelligence of low-level wild Pokemon. I tried my hand a few times with my wife at some 5-star raid battles, and out of the 10 or so battles that we tried, we successfully pulled off 1. Because the NPCs bring Pokemon that are weak to the Pokemon type that we're facing, or shit like a literal Magikarp. And when a Pokemon faints 4 times, you lose the battle outright. No last man standing, no limiting respawns to 0, and hoping that the last couple of Pokemon can survive and win. And I haven't figured out if Game Freak just didn't care enough to program some semblance of smart AI decision making, or if they purposefully made the AI this dumb just to encourage online play. I'm honestly leaning towards the latter because the Battle Tower has some pretty well-scripted AI that face you down. But these NPCs completely hamstring this entire endeavor a vast majority of the time. Even when they somehow manage to bring a halfway decent Pokemon against our foe, they'll spend their turns using moves which increase their speed or the like a good chunk of the time instead of getting attacks off which slowly break these giant Pokemon shields. And the worst part about all of this is that there are such simple solutions to make the raid battles good, or at least better. I could opt to take 4 of my own Pokemon. I could opt to start the battle with just me and my wife. We could literally have taken out several of the Pokemon by ourselves 2v1. But even that is out of the realm of possibility, as I can try to start a battle with just myself and my wife, and the game goes, hey, we only got 2. You want us to find you some NPCs? And I say, no, I don't want that. And the game doesn't start. So I think to myself, well, if I start it now, it'll let us play without NPCs. Just ask us if we wanted them. And yet the battle fires up with asshole 1 and 2 in tow, sending out their piles of actual weight to last night's leftovers in the hope that they don't get clobbered by a Pokemon the size of Wisconsin. But the raid battle fun doesn't stop there. Of course it doesn't. Because after you've wasted an hour trying to re-roll for a successful AI team, a daunting threat still looms over the player. These battles are fundamentally flawed. When you get higher up in the difficulty levels, players don't even put up shields, like I mentioned before. Shields are barriers which range from 2 to 5 ticks from what I can tell. A standard attack takes away 1 tick. A Dynamax attack takes away 2. So if a Pokemon puts up a 5-tick shield, it will only break if all 4 Pokemon attack the shield, and if one of those Pokemon are Dynamaxed. This means that if an NPC decides to get around instead of performing useless moves, you've wasted a shield tick shattering potential. I initially thought that after they get hit once or twice, they put up a shield, but it's so much worse than that. It's when they get to a specific HP stage. So basically, if one Pokemon does 95% of the HP required to hit that shield stage of the battle, then if the Dynamax Pokemon goes next, well, it does a very minimal amount of damage since there's an invisible barrier preventing the enemy from taking further damage despite it getting pounded by a very large, powerful attack which should decimate its health. This is by far one of the worst systems from a fundamental level I have ever witnessed shoved into a video game, especially one that's had 1.5 years to balance and correct it. And this is my biggest problem with Game Freak and Nintendo. We now live in an age where games are put out early. Fine. It's not my favorite, but I get it. The problem is that we see indie devs working their asses off a lot of the time to balance and make things as right as they can when issues come up. But the bigger that a game gets, the more likely that they're going to drop any quality of life patches and focus on shoving extra paid content instead. I fucking refuse to pay for DLC to a game that still, after all this time, hasn't been updated with changes which would benefit the players from a company as large as Game Freak is. In fact, if I were a more cynical person, I'd say that they haven't fixed this stuff to encourage people to buy Nintendo Online so that they can catch this Pokemon. But I'm not saying that. I would never imply that Game Freak intentionally hasn't fixed raid battles to sell more Nintendo Online subs. And anybody who thinks that Game Freak intentionally hasn't fixed raid battles to sell more Nintendo Online subs is obviously overthinking this whole ordeal. Here comes the Torkoal. Alright, now that wild ride is over, it's time to move to the snowy-ass mountains filled with trainers to the city of London. It's the best one so far in terms of scale, though I prefer a few of the other cities aesthetically to it. Still, it's a pretty cool city at a glance. That said, it's fucking empty. I mean, we've had the technology to have large groups of NPCs milling around for a long while now. Look at Paris in Pokemon X and Y. Plenty of people moving around, hustling and bustling from place to place. This city is a ghost town of occasional NPCs popping in like it's Cyberpunk 2077. I guess the Switch just can't handle draw distances of further than 10 feet. Or, hear me out, the game was developed for the 3DS and Nintendo forced Game Freak to port it over to the Switch when it turned out the Switch was successful. That's my conspiracy theory. Oh wow, The game was developed for the 3DS and Nintendo forced Game Freak to port it over to the Switch when it turned out the Switch was successful. That's my conspiracy theory. Oh wow, so many people. That's a little intimidating. Now, from the way that things have sounded leading up until this point, it seems as if we're going to go through some kind of semifinals process where we face down Marnie and Hop and the winner of the matches goes on to face Leon. Part of me wonders if this thing would just reset the battles like nothing happened, or if there would be some kind of alternate universe type thing where these guys go on to face Leon instead. I'll never know for 100% sure because I have way too much pride to lose to these fucksticks, but something tells me that Game Freak couldn't come up with a story that has branching paths and alternate endings if a gun was held to their head. Still, I do like taking on my rivals in an actual official capacity rather than just before I take on the league. Alright. Is there a league in this one with an Elite Four? If there is, will Pete reappear as some kind of Elite Four member since he went off the radar after he was kidnapped by Grandma? Or is it just going to be Leon? Guess we'll find out. So yeah, it was pretty much exactly as I said, with Marnie and then Hop. Very easy battles, nothing compared to the 8th Chip's doubles. I will say that the music for both fights was amazing though. So after our semi-final matches, we meet up with Hop and Leon, and make plans for dinner at a fancy-ass hotel. Well, several hours roll by and Leon still hasn't shown up, which is worrying for Hop. Pierce saunters in to tell us that Leon was going to be late since he had to swing by Rose Tower first for something. This worries Hop for whatever reason, meaning that this is going to be the transition into our final story chunk before we fight Leon. Pierce agrees to take us up to meet Leon at Rose Tower, and he says that he'll round up Team Yell to raise a ruckus for some reason. I mean, at this stage, Leon isn't in any trouble. He just seems like he's going to meet with Chairman Rose, I assume. So why bring a bunch of punks to come fuck shit up? Whatever. I'm already ready for how stupid this will inevitably be. So we pop outside and the gang's all here. I still don't understand why they're framing this like it'll be a big showdown, despite the only information that we've gotten at this stage being along the lines of, hey, your brother's at the tower. Well, his future-seeing prophet's correct is the chairman's assistant, who goes, oh, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. You see, the monorail is locked down and can only be unlocked by select personnel who have a specific key. And I've given that key to one of the specially selected staff members here. You ever worry about face-palming so hard that your hand goes through your fucking skull by accident? Why even have a main conflict? Like, if you're literally going to phone it in this hard, that you're basically using the same villain logic as Pokemon Red, then why even have a plot? People will still buy your game, I promise. Pokemon is literally too big to fail as long as you make some semblance of an attempt, Game Freak. Just spare me.
This is the story of three siblings who love each other, but money sometimes got in the way. Yo, bro, psyched to see you done.
Did you buy it from someone famous? I can't remember.
Very funny. You do know it was Matt Damon, though, right? It's hard to ask your rich baby brother.
Don't think of him as your baby brother. Think of him as a cartoon duck swimming in a pool of gold coins.
He has a pool of gold coins.
I don't think so. A playroom.
It's like a Willy Wonka fever dream.
I could use a loan.
They got fired last week. Where's Emily?
She was cheating on me. Why didn't you tell us? No, she truly covers me.
Wait, I thought that I was the one with all the problems.
We're all screwed up. At least we're all screwed up together. Well, money can divide us. It's family. It unites us. I like it, no? I see what you're saying.
Home Economics premieres April 7th on ABC.
Then he turns around and runs the fuck away. My willpower is being sapped in real life by a video game. Yeah, he runs away. You battle him, he runs, you battle, he runs, you battle, and then he runs really far this time. Then you make it to the monorail station where he joins you with his three clones. So Pierce takes his microphone out from his asshole and then starts screaming words into it with no instruments around. This attracts all 8 youths from London to come running downstairs and trample the gang of clones until we get the key and the mayhem. If this sounds stupid, please be aware that someone who wasn't me wrote this game's script. Yeah, we're having fun. This is the best summer vacation ever. a jarring theme for what's supposed to be a dire situation. This keeps dragging on as Pokemon continues to be Pokemon up this elevator. And the bad guys pop in to tell us how Rose Tower is the foundation of a bunch of subsidiaries which conduct business around the Galar region. Because corporations are evil. I wish I didn't call this a mile away. But alas, we continue to ascend the elevator while getting interrupted occasionally by various insurance and construction agency members before we space jam our way to the top floor. Here stands Rose's assistant, who's pissed off enough to invoke the entire city of Pittsburgh to attack my Pokemon. Fortunately, I've got a big frog that evolved from a dick, so we're good. But we get to the end of the line here, and the chairman is hashing things out with Leon. Apparently, they did not notice the Pokemon the size of skyscrapers battling behind them. Rose explains that in 1,000 years, the calamity, or whatever, will be upon the Galar region again. And if they don't prepare for that inevitability, humanity will be doomed. Alright, you've actually got my attention. But this is all that comes from this. Leon says, yeah, well, fuck the people in 1,000 years. That's like 1,000 years from now. Now let me go fight the championships, dude. Let me go back to the hotel. You know that literally all of this would have been solved by the mere existence of cell phones, right? But apparently we forgot we had one. And so did Hop. And so did Pierce. And so did Marnie. And so did everyone. Oh well. Hopefully nothing interferes with the championships tomorrow. So here's an interesting point of order. When a challenger makes it through the gauntlet that I've made it through, they then have to fight the gym leaders to a degree again. Basically, each leader here gets placed somewhere on a tournament bracket along with the player, and every round someone is defeated until the last man standing gets the opportunity to face the champion. That's actually kind of a cool concept, truth be told, so it's almost like an Elite 3 now, except with some familiarity involved with the upcoming foes. I'm honestly not opposed to it. But that said, this entire tournament bracket is kind of flawed. I mean, if you have 8 gym leaders, and there's 9 competitors typically, how does that work out? I mean, I guess a gym leader just kind of chooses to not participate or something. And I couldn't help but notice that Opal isn't around me backstage here. Which also makes me wonder what Beat is up to. Well, that didn't take long. And my prediction about him transforming into the Psychic Gym Leader instead of the Fairy one was wrong. Because he just uses Fairy now. But he does burst in here to basically plead to battle you, claiming that he'll retire from being a Pokemon trainer if he loses. I'd say that I enjoyed that he went from being this overly smug douchebag to being a desperate shell of his former self, but it doesn't seem like he's learned any humility, and that he's just doing this out of desperation. Either way, we slap him one last time before the audience demands that he not retire or whatever. He accepts this and then goes back to being a fairy leader. Whatever. I guess this makes more sense for an Elite 4 than the 3 that I would have had to face. Though I still have to wonder how this would have gone if there had actually been 8 gym leaders plus the challenger. I mean, that's just gotta be a weird bracket to make. So first we take on Nessa, who gives me more trouble than I thought she would, honestly. Though that may be partially due to me having my fire Pokemon in front. Afterwards, the standings update, showing that the fire gym leader lost to the dark leader. The dragon gym leader obviously beat Milo's dumbass grass team, and fighting beat out Rock, which seems about right. So we're taking on fighting and then moving onward to Dragon, because there's no way that Dragon loses to Dark. You know, I thought it was cool that the fighting gym leader's bare feet made these slapping noises against the stone because, you know, she's barefooted. But then it makes the exact same sound on grass, too. Anyways, I don't know why these guys don't have full teams of 6, seeing as this is supposed to be a serious match for the to become the champion. But I'm guessing that no one has the capacity at Game Freak to think that hard about this kind of stuff. I guess it won't matter with the fighting gym leader though, seeing as I literally one-shot every single one of her Pokemon. Well, the Dragon Man beat the Dark Man, so it's time to see what this guy does 1v1. So what does the Master of all Dragons do? He sends out a fucking fire turtle. I don't understand. I almost feel like they decided to shoehorn in the whole weather-changing aspect to this gym leader, but then realized that there are little to no dragons that actually change the weather this way. But yeah, we mow through him, though a lot more slowly than the fighting leader. So now we finally made it to Leon. I'm gonna say, I'm actually pretty excited about this matchup. Yeah, attention all Pokemon guests to the stadium and shit. So I was arguing with Leon about how some bad shit was about to happen in 1,000 years in the future or something. And he did not want to listen, so I made it happen now. You are welcome. I am out of witty quips. This game has broken me. Ah yes, we've got the Pokemon. Check. We've got a new untested mechanic. Check. We've got 8 gyms. Check. Alright, ship it. So Leon takes off to try to stop the chairman from bringing about the so-called Darkest Day again. And Hop and I run off to the woods at the start of the game to capture the legendary Pokemon. I'm surprised though I haven't gotten a Master Ball in this game yet. I'm waiting for Hop to pull one out of his asshole and go, "Look, I snagged one of these at Rose Tower."
Shit! Shit! Let's see you, old friend.
So we stumble further into the woods before discovering the Legend of Zelda. In the background, we hear the legendary Pokemon continue to do its best immigrant song impression. Then we pick up an actual, literal weapon to use against Rose, which only excites me more for the possibility of a Pokemon gun. So we fly back to Hammerlock, where the center of... Then we pick up an actual, literal weapon to use against Rose, which... to do its best immigrant song impression. Then we pick up an actual literal weapon to use against Rose, which only excites me more for the possibility of a Pokemon gun. So we fly back to Hammerlock, where the center of all this madness is taking place. It's here that Rhyhorn, the Dragon Gym leader, tells us that they've evacuated the city, so no need to worry. This is blatantly untrue, as I biked past half the city literally doing the exact same shit that they were doing before, because fuck it. The one time that you needed to phase NPCs out of existence, and you can't even do that right. Now go! I'll stand here menacingly and pretend to evacuate more people. So Rose's assistant goes from being belligerently arrogant to whining to you to help her save the chairman. Apparently, the goofy bastard decided to awaken the ancient Pokemon which caused the Darkest Day with its energy in order to harvest said energy so that the world can continue to have energy. Or something. Well, said energy is now causing Pokemon to Dynamax and Rampage around the region. So we get down to Rose, who explains that they've been feeding the wishing stars to the ancient Pokemon to awaken it, hoping to harvest its energy and then control it with Leon's help, also that the world can go on with everlasting energy. It's a noble pursuit with a misguided antagonist, and I guess it's not the worst motivation in the world as much as I hate to admit it. Though him bringing it about that much sooner is kind of short-sighted. But this guy's music is fucking epic. Whoops. 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 And whoops. So yeah, the chairman apologizes before letting you go to see how Leon has gotten on with this ancient Pokemon, this Eternatus. I'm willing to bet that he did not capture it. So we head up, and yeah, he's not caught. But Leon does try to catch it in a normal Pokeball. Right on. Well, that doesn't work. So I fight it next, and am physically incapable of throwing a Pokeball, so I guess I got no room to talk. Then it turns big, and the game proves that 2v1 Dynamax raids are possible. Wait, we can attack. So yeah, never mind. We summon the Sword and Shield legendary wolves to come fight with us, and the game checks to make sure that we have 4 bodies here before we can continue to fight again. This is basically an interactive cutscene displaying a trash mechanic that needed to be reworked in the earliest stages, I imagine. Probably cool for kids, though. Well, eventually we can try to catch this thing. So I do what Leon did and throw a regular Pokeball at it. But mine works because I'm better. Explains why we didn't get a Master Ball. Then Sif and his wolf buddy leap into the sun. 3 days pass by and it turns out that Rose turned himself into the police, doing what he believed in. Then it's finally time to face Leon. Game Freak has managed to muster a solid 20 NPCs to cheer for me on my way in to get to the match, which I'm impressed by. Usually the game lags when we get too much action happening at once, but they managed to pull it off with a stunning 55 FPS. So the final battle is pretty good. Music's good as always. Actually, this game's music has probably some of my favorite themes in any Pokemon game, which is saying a lot, seeing as Pokemon games have historically had some pretty great music. Anyways, this dude has a pretty solid lineup that manages to down a majority of my team. And the final part has me fighting fire with fire just to assert my dominance, leading to both of our Pokemon fainting at the exact same time. That was pretty rad. Then Leon crowns me as champion and throws his hat into the air and the credits roll. That's it. Well, no it's not. There's more after the credits. Okay, so I'm the champion. I wake up at my mom's place and eat my sugar-frosted mini-wheats. God, I love sugar-frosted mini-wheats. My mom pats me on the head and sends me out with my mini pizza Lunchable with the chocolate icing and M&M pizza dessert. But then the kind old lady professor stops by to give me my very own master ball. It's gonna be a good day. I decide to go play in the woods before finding my good buddy Hop waiting in the clearing. He explains that he was drawn here by some force, and I agree because options don't exist. So we have another battle before Sonia comes in and gives me a signed copy of her book that she wrote. It doesn't have many pictures in it, so I get bored. Then this penis-haired man and shield-haired man come in with their butler's outfits to tell Sonia that they gave her book a 1-star review on Barnes & Noble's website because it's filled with lies. Sword word. Shield bird. Nah. No, I'm done. No, I'm serious. I'm not walking through this fucking afterthought. This rigmarole of tedious bullshit gameplay and story packaged neatly with a little bow accentuated with a lipstick kiss from Game Freak. I'll spare a brief overview because I actually slogged through it, and you literally visit every gym again and fight a Dynamax Pokemon before Tweedledee and Tweedledum piss off the Shield Pokemon at the top of the tower from before. And that's it. Give your Master Ball at not Sif. And these two morons are so goddamn impressive they contradict the exact same dialogue from Diamond about having never seen a battle so amazing. They turn themselves in, Hop chases the Shield Pokemon and claims his participation medal in this whole game, somehow cementing his place as the loosest definition of the word hero ever displayed in any form of media. You fight him one last time despite it being a couple hours later max, and his Pokemon are now all near or at level 70. Then he says he wants to go around helping people however he can, and for some reason his profession of choice is to become a Pokemon professor. Which is like the 10th most helpful thing that you could be in terms of traveling and rescuing people wherever you find them. But that doesn't matter, because this way history repeats itself with Hop becoming a professor and his rival becoming a champion, which is the inverse of what happened with Leon and Sonia. The end. Pokemon Sword is, it's Pokemon game. It has some very high highs and some absolute valleys and lows. The story exists, the mechanics are naturally pretty fun when the extra stuff isn't lumped in. The problem with the Pokemon formula is that it's as addictive as it is. And I'm fully willing to acknowledge that at the end of the day, I'm probably going to have fun with any given Pokemon game as long as it doesn't hinder me too much while I'm trying to catch Pokemon and raise a team. And that's the biggest problem with critiquing something like Pokemon. Because let's face it, is it okay that Game Freak left out 231 Pokemon and never added them back in slowly over updates, and yet they still managed to shovel out $30 DLC? Absolutely not. It's a horrible practice that I honestly God can't blame anyone for choosing to boycott the game over. Hell, I did for a year and a half. But did I have such a horrendous time that I dreaded firing up the game every day? Not at all. Raising a team is fun. Catching Pokemon is fun. And as long as a Pokemon game follows that formula with minimal hindrance, it's going to be hard to outright say that it's bad. But still, this one does have many pitfalls that make it hard to recommend over the older handheld copies of the other games in the franchise. One of the biggest things that I touched on just a tiny amount throughout this video is that this game is horribly unpolished when it comes to quite a few things. The draw distance is horrendous. It's like the Switch can't even handle more than 20 entities on screen at a given time. And 20 is being generous. The game came out in 2019, not 2004. It's somewhat forgivable when you're out in the wild and Pokemon are popping into existence, but it's downright laughable in bigger cities when you look around and feel like Game Freak predicted COVID. Furthermore, every single Pokemon Center might as well. Pokemon are popping into existence, but it's downright laughable in bigger cities when you look around and feel like Game Freak predicted COVID. Furthermore, every single Pokemon Center might as well be a clone. I talked to all of the NPCs, and I think maybe one of them offered to give me something, or a trade or something like that. They all look the same regardless of location, regardless of what the surrounding area looks like. The only real difference is which items are sold. It's kind of embarrassing when you think about it. NPCs and trainers are haphazardly placed around areas where they don't make a lot of sense. Like the part where I discussed the trainers which were clearly dressed for tropical weather out in this frozen tundra. The animations, as always, are completely awful. Like, there's hardly ever any proper facial animation to express what's happening. There are so many scenarios where the game says that something is happening through text, but the character animations can't be asked to keep up. What is this, a fucking early access indie game? This is embarrassing for how much money this franchise rakes in. It's even more embarrassing when Game Freak said that the reason for so many Pokemon being cut from the game is due to them having to put in high-quality animations for every single Pokemon. These high-quality animations consist of shit like Pokemon hopping a little bit in battle to convey a kick, or kicking to convey a punch. This is particularly irritating when Game Freak went on to explain that they would have to redo all of the Pokemon models for Switch. Yes, you do have to do that. It's called literally creating a $60 game. It's called having the funding to do exactly that. How is this ever an excuse from a developer of one of the largest franchises in the world? I know the amount you can get immersed in a Pokemon game can only go so far, but holy shit. They recycled movement expressions from Sun and Moon for so many of the NPCs, again adding more cement to my idea that this was a 3DS game. I mean, I still felt somewhat immersed in Sun and Moon just with the way that various things were presented, like Po-Town where Team Skull trashed the place. While a lot of the settings in this game have a wow factor initially, the paint chips away when you realize just how shallow everything is. And the absolute worst problem with all of this is that I can honest to God forgive these transgressions if many of the decisions made around developing this game were shot into perfection. If you could wear different uniforms during big matches, if every Pokemon from previous generations existed, if Dynamax battles weren't the most boring slog of bullshit innovated further by trash tier AI and a shoddy battle system, if any kind of effort went into the most basic decisions regarding animations. But all of that said, and I know this is kind of hard to shift into with how much shit that I just gave it, but I did have fun. There were amazing musical moments and city aesthetics. There were awesome fights and interesting mechanics. There were so many things to do despite the game being so streamlined with how it handled the gym system. And the way that you literally hyper-focused on the gyms until the story reared its ugly head was probably the best way to structure a story in my eyes. I've always said that I just want to do gym stuff in every given game, and Sword and Shield do that masterfully. So is Pokemon Sword as bad as I imagined it would be? No, but it got close. I'd sum it up again, but I really don't think I need to repeat myself. And the biggest problem is that people are going to buy the next one, and the one after that, and the one after that. Game Freak has nailed the core things that make Pokemon what it is. And I can't deny, no matter how hard I want to, that I do still have fun with every single version despite some being superior. It just sucks that we're at the whim of Game Freak slowly chipping away at the series, causing its fans to compromise. I didn't buy Sword for this long because I honest to God did not want to support the decisions the company made with the game. But I came to the realization that I could be a small voice on this platform, and that if we have enough of those, maybe we could eventually steer this franchise back to what it could and should be. It's easier to justify a handheld $40 series of games having flaws, having choices that were obviously from within. It's a lot harder to justify the same series making poor decisions and costing $60 on a main console with a $30 DLC. I guess we'll just have to see how Pokemon Breath of the Wild Shadows Die Twice turns out. Thanks for watching. This is coming off a 3.5 hour video with a paltry 1.5-ish one. But hey, more videos for you, less work for me. Anyways, I've got some shirts. You know it, I know it. Or you don't know it, and I do. Well, now you do, I guess. Still, I've got a Twitch where I stream every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday at a given time listed somewhere. I have a Twitter where I remember to tweet things that aren't videos on occasion. I have a Discord where people chat. I chat. You chat? I mean, you can. You're invited. And I have a Patreon. And that's it. Have a good one.
Accelerate your future at Universal Technical Institute. Graduate in less than a year, ready for in-demand jobs in the transportation industry.
Connecting over portal is the greatest feeling because no matter the distance, I can be right there. Staying connected with the ones you love is so important, especially during these difficult times.
Pokemon is probably one of the most interesting examples of an RPG not needing a particularly compelling plotline to succeed, and the series' massive following is only proof of that. But with Sword and Shield on the way, it really got me to wondering about all the different things that its predecessors got right and wrong. So I set out to play all of the main games in the franchise, which encompasses 8 different games in my eyes. In this video, I'm going to cover the writing of the various storylines throughout the games and give my thoughts on what was done well and what could have been done better. This encompasses the amount of fun I have with the stories, how well the dialogue is written, and how well the characters and rivals interact. Of course, many of these ideas are going to be subjective, obviously, but in this video, I'm going to cover the writing of the various storylines throughout these games and give my thoughts on what was done well and what could have been done better. This encompasses the amount of fun I have with the story. How do you know if you have good death or bad death? Pokemon is probably one of the most interesting examples of an RPG not needing a particularly compelling plotline to succeed, and the series' massive following is only proof of that. But with Sword and Shield on the way, it really got me to wondering about all of the different things that its predecessors got right and wrong. So I set out to play all of the main games in the franchise, which encompasses 8 different games in my eyes. In this video, I'm going to cover the writing of the various storylines throughout these games and give my thoughts on what was done. Pokemon is probably one of the most interesting examples of an RPG not needing a particularly compelling plotline to succeed, and the series' massive following is only proof of that. But with Sword and Shield on the way, it really got me to wondering about all the different things that its predecessors got right and wrong. Pokemon is probably one of the most interesting examples of an RPG not needing a particularly compelling plotline to succeed. And the series' massive following is only proof of that. But with Sword and Shield on the way, it really got me to wondering about all of the different things that its predecessors got right and wrong. So I set out to play all of the main games in the franchise, which encompasses 8 different games. In this video, I'm going to cover the writing of the various storylines throughout these games and give my thoughts on what was done well and what could have been done better. This encompasses the amount of fun I have with the stories, how well the dialogue is written, and how well the characters and rivals interact with you. Of course, many of these ideas are going to be subjective, obviously, but I think that's to be expected with this kind of evaluation. Also, Pokemon is probably one of the most interesting examples of an RPG not needing a particularly compelling plot line to succeed, and the series' massive following is only proof of that. But with Sword and Shield on the way, it really got me to wondering about all of the different things that its predecessors got right and wrong. So I set out to play all of the main games in the franchise, which encompasses 8 different games in my eyes. In this video, I'm going to cover the writing of the various storylines throughout these games and give my thoughts on what was done well and what could have been done better. This encompasses the amount of fun I have with the stories, how well the dialogue is written, and how well the characters and rivals interact with you. Of course, many of these ideas are going to be subjective, obviously, but I think that's to be expected with this kind of evaluation. Also, it's good to know that I'm going to be playing the original versions of these games. This means no remakes, no enhanced editions, nothing like that. My reasoning for this is that I really want to compare these games as they were released, without any new revisions or additions to the game's plots. So without further ado, let's jump into the story of Red and Blue first. Pokemon Red is this fascinating instance of an RPG game that was extraordinarily well received without having an amazing story to tell.
This place is
pretty much
heavily
unheard
guarded.
of at the time because turn-based RPG games tended to rely heavily on having a wonderful story to tell at this point in time. We were long past the time where Dragon Warrior and Final Fantasy brought something new to the table, so the plots could be relatively basic. I guess one could argue that the anime version blanks in a way, but I really can't imagine Final Fantasy VI releasing with almost no plot alongside an anime and receiving the sheer amount of success that Pokemon did. So needless to say, Red's storyline and plot elements were pretty basic, albeit definitely memorable if you grew up with it. If the game's mechanics weren't backing up the story, I think it'd be pretty safe to say that the plot wouldn't be considered anything special. You start off as a young kid who's immediately thrown into a world where no bad people exist besides the cartoonish villains. You're given your first Pokemon, and then you're sent out to start filling out a new technological device with information on the rest of them. It's pretty easy to go on about how the adults don't care if you don't get out into a world of monsters to capture them and use them as war machines to fight other monsters in these games. But applying any sort of real-world logic at this point is an exercise in futility. At any rate, you're pretty free reign to proceed how you see fit. The important thing is collecting all the gym badges to face down the Elite Four, and beating down your absolute chat of a rival, Gary Oak, or Blue, or Assface, whatever you named him, really. For this video, I'm gonna call him Blue. Now, Blue is pretty much the epitome of what rivals should be, at least in my eyes. As much as it's easy to roll with his anime presentation of being a completely smug asshole, he tends to give the player a lot more advice on how to proceed rather than just throw a fit about his loss.
That's right, loser, and it's right inside this Pokeball.
And it goes beyond that, really. The guy's pretty much always one step ahead of you and is constantly working to get better and improve, and continues to test and challenge you to make sure that you're ready to take on certain challenges as well. He really is the perfect example of how a rival should feel, at least at the time. The dialogue is naturally pretty primitive and not super compelling, but I think he serves his purpose pretty well as a confident kid to beat. I would absolutely love to dive into how badly I feel like Game Freak drops the ball with rivals in later games, but I'll save that for when I get into the later games. Like I mentioned before, the first Pokemon games for their time were such a rare phenomenon which put the RPG plot elements in second place behind the mechanics, and as such tend to let the player just wander off and do whatever, while occasionally reining them in by using the big evil bad guys to physically impede their progress to the Elite Four. Thus, the actual plot is pretty bare bones as far as any real substance is concerned. After battling it out with your rivals, looking short for Professor Oak, and plowing through rock, you make it to the tunnels where Team Rocket is introduced, and then eventually to Cerulean City. I think the first bit of dialogue I encountered with these guys is this dude going, "Yes, we're evil." Alrighty. I mean, honestly, Team Rocket is one of the dopiest criminal groups in that they make no sense in pretty much every way. Their specialties tend to include blocking off vital progression routes and being a general nuisance to society. The police sure don't seem to get involved, and when they do, it's to tell you how much trouble they have with Team Rocket. It's just particularly interesting when you think about things like Lieutenant Surge's speech about having served in a Pokemon war, which caught my attention even as a kid, because I just hadn't thought of that application at that point. When you think about it, though, if these big monsters with powers rivaling or surpassing modern-day war machines were discovered and tameable in today's world, you can bet your ass that the U.S. would be stockpiling the most powerful ones in some kind of underground private facility. And when you start to consider the government organization of a war as a possibility, it makes the whole Team Rocket part of the storyline even more ridiculous in just how inept both they and the police force are. Pokemon Red's plot is just this weird idea of kids can do anything they set their minds to, all while the adults are just baffled by how poorly they've trained their own Pokemon. Of course, there are some awesome settings like Lavender Town and the Pokemon Tower, and all of the cool ideas that flow out of those concepts. My question concerning all of this is the idea of the Silph Scope, which allows these previously intangible ghost Pokemon to become able to be seen and battled and captured. The way that you have to infiltrate the Team Rocket HQ to get this seemingly proprietary piece of technology in order to even view these three ghosts in the game is really distracting when you consider the amount of ghost-type trainers in the game, including Agatha of the Elite Four. Now, I suppose you could spin this in the other direction and say, well, these trainers are all mediums and very in tune with the ghosts around them through extensive practice, which is a fine headcanon to work with, but it also begs the question of what the average trainer sees when a ghost-type Pokemon pops out from one of these medium trainers.
I have to go.
And that's the main issue concerning speculation with these earlier Pokemon games. These answers weren't there because it was just how a lot of these games were back then. I'm sure there's even staunch support for that make-up-your-own-answer mentality from some groups out there. Team Rocket is holding hostage the old man, who's in turn holding hostage the Poke Flute, which is used to get further into the game. But in order to even get that far without a Poke Doll, you need the Silph Scope from Rocket's hideout. My biggest issue is how dumb Team Rocket is in their response to one kid SWAT teaming their base of operations. They give out vital information when they lose, they fumble key items onto the ground, they're just useless in about every single way. This trend unfortunately follows the series for a long time, and it's really bothersome as an adult replaying these games, because as a kid I didn't care, and I actually thought that Giovanni was somewhat intimidating. And really, he still kind of is appearance-wise. But man, after juggling this circus of clowns around like they're nothing, that intimidation factor is just lost. And this feeling really continues to the final act of Team Rocket, the Silph building. A company that Team Rocket has apparently just decided, yeah, we're just gonna take over this thing now. Even the employees are like, I don't really know what to do. This really shouldn't work out this way at all without some sort of police involvement, but hey, I guess they don't really need to bother when two kids can come in and just wreck the joint. I don't know why Blue was here waiting to ambush you, but he lets you know that you're good to take on Team Rocket's boss after his defeat, then sets his eyes on the Pokemon League. Maybe he was grabbing the gym badge from Giovanni before leaving. After defeating the big boss, he goes on about all Pokemon belonging to Team Rocket, and that he'll be back, whatever that means. Back to the Silph building? Back to battle me? But you know what I don't understand? Why is Blaine hiding the secret key to his gym in a burnt-out husk of a mansion? Is this like a weird Pokemon trainer trial in Kanto? Why are all the people who follow Blaine around as trainers in his gym burglars and maniacs? What about jugglers and tamers who follow Koga's ninja school? I feel like these trainer types were designed before they were put into specific gyms. But I think the absolute most baffling part of it all is wrapping up Giovanni's character arc. This guy looks and acts like an evil mafia boss, and somehow also runs or used to run a Pokemon League gym. His gym has been locked up until now, which was apparently totally okay with the league, I guess. He retreated back to it to reform Team Rocket, but then you beat him again. And he's like, well, I was gonna try to drum up the gang again, but you stopped me. Here's your badge, here's a TM, Team Rocket's defeated forever, and I'm gonna go study Pokemon from now on. What? This plot sucks. Well, yeah, that's about it for Pokemon Red. You head off to the league where you encounter Blue for the second to last time. He goes, alright, that'll loosen me up. You need a little practice, man, but you know that. What a legend. Of course, that tune changes for the first time ever when you beat him down as the champion. This is the first time that he really reacts to losing to you. Every other time has kind of been him being pretty positive about his loss, then focusing on his next goal. But apparently this one was the straw that broke the camel's back. And can you blame the guy? He was champion for like a few hours, probably. And then on top of that, Oak swings by to scold the hell out of him. Wow, you were just champion and you blew him. God, I'm disappointed. And it's all because you don't love your Pokemon enough. What a disappointment. Anyways, that's the plot of Pokemon Red. It's not particularly fantastic in any capacity, but I think we all knew that going into this, at least I hope so. Pokemon Silver starts us off the same as Red does, albeit a lot more direct. There isn't a song and dance where you have to be escorted back to the lab because you stepped into some grass, or an instant battle with your rival. It tries to get you out into the world with your starter as soon as possible. You choose your starter and then you just head out. Curiously enough, a red-headed dude is peering into the lab and picks you up like a bowling ball when you approach him. So that's I guess. You set out to meet the professor's friend, Mr. Pokemon. When you arrive, you're given an egg, which is particularly interesting to me just because in this world, an egg is a crazy discovery that requires urgent delivery and inspection by a Pokemon authority. Professor Oak is also here, and he inspects you to make sure that you are indeed a little boy before giving out another really advanced piece of technology. When you think about it, the adults in this world are really bizarre in an almost purposefully naive way. This is actually only further compounded when Professor Elm calls you frantically and explains that an emergency's happened and that you have to come back immediately. Again, little kid, adult calling little kid for help. Something's not adding up. Anyways, it turns out that the red-haired blockhead who launched you across like cannon fodder before broke into the lab and stole a Pokemon type which counters yours. No man could stop him from doing this apparently, despite the local police actually existing and doing a little investigation when you arrive. This guy's your rival for the game, and again, not a horrible antagonist when compared to later rivals. He breaks into the lab, steals his Pokemon, and basically is a gigantic edgelord. I dig it. After you figure out what happened, you're sent off to do whatever you want, which basically means go collect badges. Again, the gym leaders in Silver tend to add a little more flavor to the game's background without expanding too much on it. For example, the first gym leader cries out, "My dad's prized bird Pokemon!" when you defeat him, which is really strange to me, because it means that this kid has the official capacity as an authority figure to give you a real, official badge that affects a lot of different aspects of a trainer's life. This children handing out badges thing is only further exemplified by the likes of Whitney, who is actually the worst gym leader in any Pokemon game, and ironically calls you a child as she cries her eyes out because she lost. She mentions that she got into Pokemon training because it was the popular thing to do, which is even more absurd because she's giving out 12.5% capacity to challenge the Elite Four. I don't know, maybe I'm putting too much importance on the Elite Four and what they represent. Maybe most people in Johto view it as a kind of private country club and don't really think about it. But when it's the end goal of the game, it seems pretty damn important, right? So why are these actual children gatekeeping something with this much value? There's an adult test where, like, the first gym leader's dad actually steps in when someone with obviously tougher Pokemon and more experience comes in. But then how do you explain something like the Ghost Gym leader's quest for power, which is cut short by you showing up and smoking his Ghost Gang? Dude's been training so hard that he has psychic powers, and you just kind of waltz in and pile drive the poor guy. He even concedes to you that you've seen more than him, which just doesn't add up. But again, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too hard about it. You continue along your gym route, and Team Rocket shows up again to be evil for seemingly no reason. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're definitely a heinous group of assholes like they've always been. I mean, they're just chopping off slowpoke tails and selling them for tons of money, but their primary motive seems to be just be dicks to everyone. I guess in this case they're actually making money off the tails at least. I just still find it strange that there are actually police officers in this world, but they don't do anything to stop Team Rocket in any capacity. What they will do is stop you along a public route and ask you what you're doing, and then battle you. At least the slowpokes with their tails cut off get to decorate the town like bad dragon merchandise after you rescue them. As you move along, the main legendary Pokemon of the game is mentioned repeatedly as protecting everything, even though nobody seems to know what it is or what it's called. I know that's a decision to preserve the mystery in a way, but you have to realize that you threw the damn thing on one of the covers of these games, right? Especially when you have a guy in the Tin Tower sitting there telling you that you need a rainbow wing to get the Pokemon to appear. Although the cooler mystery here is the 3 legendary dogs that reside in the Bird Tower and run off when you get to them. It's a curious contrast between hearing all about a legendary Pokemon and what it stands for before meeting it, or just leaving it completely mysterious and giving the player minimal knowledge about it. I think I actually just like discovering a legendary with an overworld sprite rather than knowing everything about it ahead of time, even if that isn't really pertinent to writing a good story. From here, it's a bit more Team Rocket interference, in which they mug you for 1,000 Pokemon Fun Bucks and force Magikarp to evolve. You meet up with Lance from the previous game and go to deliver some street justice onto these jackasses. Starting with old Lance here hyper-beaming this dude and then tossing this guy aside like he's trying to capture a Pokemon with his body. There's a lot of tossing people in this game. This plot isn't exactly super compelling. It basically boils down to Giovanni going into hiding after getting thrashed by Red in the events of the previous game. His followers are just doing whatever evil things they can possibly manage to do until he's ready to assume command again. But again, these guys are just cartoonishly evil to a degree that doesn't even make sense a lot of the time. Lance is pushing the whole love your Pokemon and have compassion for them agenda like it's a really brave stance to have. These big dogs are just running around with no motivation beyond let's be bad guys. And even then, they give up information willingly like they've been trained to give it out or something. I just don't understand how I have to seek out HMs from seemingly random civilians, but these rocket grunts are like, hey, by the way, you need passwords to open the doors. Maybe you should ask Bill over there if he knows it. I don't know. I guess it's a step up from Pokemon Red's plot, but only slightly. It's just kind of upsetting that these dudes somehow managed to take over a radio tower just to go, hey guys, where's our boss? We miss our boss. When you're done running from location to location to finally stop these guys from potentially affecting Pokemon with this almighty radio wave signal, the guy who's leading the pack goes, alright, we'll stop. Apparently it really just was that easy. When you're finally done beating up Team Rocket, it's time to collect the last badge, except this Dragon Gym leader tells you that she doesn't accept your victory when you beat her. She instead explains to you that you have to go to the Dragon Cave behind the gym to retrieve a Fang in order to prove that you beating her wasn't just a fluke. That is the stupidest thing I have heard in this game, and I'm honestly amazed that they managed to one-up their own bad storytelling by taking this girl who claims to be the best Dragon Master in the world, and then having her throw a temper tantrum because she lost. I mean, you were just fighting alongside Lance of the Elite Four, but yes, the victory was a fluke, and she's the best in the world. What? I think that with half of the gym leaders being completely incompetent when it comes to administering the passing out of badges, which is literally half of their job, I'm finally able to pin down the thing that bothers me so much about this whole experience. When I went through all of the gyms in Pokemon Red, it always felt like the gym leaders had their shit together. Like they were wise adults, beating them was a task, even when it wasn't. With this absolute circus of a badge collectathon, I felt like the entire experience was cheapened by these whiny, inadequate, and arrogant people who honestly had no right giving out badges in the first place. I mean, for God's sake, you just surf through the cave behind her, pick the Fang up, and then she follows you and goes, yeah, alright, here you go. So let's touch on the rival of this game a little more, just to get a little comparison between him and Blue. Apparently the official name is Silver, so we'll go with that. Silver is extremely anime. He hates the weak so much that he's out to destroy every single person or Pokemon that he deems weak. This interestingly enough, includes Team Rocket. He views them as extremely weak people who have individually come together to form something that's artificially strong. And he's honestly not wrong. When he loses to you, he says it's his Pokemon's fault for being too weak, and then he storms off. He also continues to call you a weak person after you repeatedly beat him over and over, so this guy has some issues. Eventually, you start to beat it into his head that he's not as strong as he thinks, and he starts wondering if Lance was correct when he told him that he needed to treat his Pokemon better. By the end of the game, he's still trying to be the best in the world, but he's accepted that he needs to treat his Pokemon better to do so. As much as I enjoyed Blue as a rival, I think Silver's arc is a lot more well-written.
No escape, you troll-honked mare!
And interesting. Yes, Blue was a bit of a dick, but Silver goes from full-blown punk to someone who learns to better themselves and become more compassionate. But as far as the plot of the game goes, that's about it in Pokemon Gold and Silver. You defeat the Elite Four, you get told how compassionate you are, and all that jazz. It's actually pretty awesome to see that Koga's made his way into the Elite Four, and that Bruno has advanced further up it. The plot is a step up from Pokemon Red and Blue in that it actually does try to tell more of the story, even if it stumbles quite a bit along the way. Because honestly, Team Rocket just lopping off Pokemon tails and generally treating Pokemon like garbage does make them villains, even if their entire structure and plan is completely silly. It is actually kind of ironic and funny in that I was probably the worst trainer I could possibly be, because I constantly let my Pokemon just get plowed, because I was trying to gain them some XP. But I didn't care enough to, heal them. I am absolutely the epitome of everything that Lance was preaching against, or at least that's how I played throughout Silver version. I know there's more to the game in that you can go and collect all the Kanto badges, which is honestly an amazing move by Game Freak. But I think I've rambled on about one game long enough, so let's move on to Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Now, Pokemon Sapphire was my favorite version for pretty much my entire life, but it has been a while. Your character survives the moving truck and doesn't get crushed, and your mom starts gushing about the move. This game actually feels like it's going to have a bit more of a plot element to it over the previous games, as she goes on about your father actually existing as a hotshot Pokemon trainer of sorts. The plot element is only further exemplified when you have to go meet Professor Birch's daughter before you can proceed. I mean, she's kind of written like a cardboard cutout, but hey, they're trying.
I was hoping that you would be nice, Salt, and that we could be friends. Oh, this is silly, isn't it? I just met you, Salt.
She runs off to help her dad and promptly teleports to a different route right as her father gets mauled by a wild Pokemon. The infamous Pokemon professor could not apparently handle a level 2 Fuchena and didn't think to maybe have a Pokemon of his own to help him out with his studies. Afterwards, you're sent to look for his daughter, who promptly battles you. You both run back to Birch, who makes sure that you're below age to give you a Pokedex, and then sends you out into the wild to protect more roaming professors and their research endeavors. So after running your way over to Petalburg, you find out that your dad is indeed a gym leader. I like this concept a lot, because the game not only shows you as having a dad for once, but it also makes him seem pretty important, and even lets you challenge him sometime down the line. And that's a pretty great decision too, because it would be kind of anticlimactic to just destroy your dad right off the bat.
Have a look.
The rival also decides to introduce Wally at this point. Wally is, he exists, I guess. He's a secondary rival of sorts? I don't know. He starts off as a kid who has zero experience with Pokemon, which of course is the perfect way for the game to give you yet another tutorial by having you watch him catch a Pokemon. You're then told to go collect all the badges, as always. As you're making your way through the regulation Big Bug Forest, you run into some research executive who's just been kind of goofing off. He's then pursued by a member of Team Aqua or Magma, depending on which version you're playing. The grind goes on about the guy handing over some research papers, and the executive sort of hides behind the child and asks for assistance. You thrash the guy, and of course he makes an allusion towards what they're up to next by telling you that they're planning something in Rustboro for some reason. Nothing really spells evil like telling people where you're doing evil things at. At any rate, I find myself at the first gym facing another young and fresh out of school gym leader. I guess I'm still trying to wrap my head around the gym system in these games. And it might just be region to region, because Brock seems to be an older dude with a wealth of experience in comparison to the average kids and young adults that are running around. And yet these next two games' first gym leaders are younger and basically say that they're either using their dad's Pokemon or they're fresh out of school. So I guess in theory, it's totally realistic for someone to just roll in with a level 40 spin to steamroll this poor girl's Geodude into granite. After you collect your badge, you witness the guy that you beat before run off with the thing that he actually managed to steal. Apparently both cell phones and the police don't exist in Hone, because this guy ran into an office building full of people armed with nothing but a 1.5-foot tall cover and stole some important goods. When you chase him down, he also apparently has taken a bird hostage. I don't know either, but it is impressive. I mean, a winged creature could probably just, go higher. And he's holding it at dog point, I guess. Weird. Well, it doesn't really pan out for him, because I don't really care about hostages, and he gives the goods and the bird back. You're rewarded with another Great Ball from the Great Ball God for your efforts. The executive then takes you to the top of the office building that he works at to meet his president, who sends you on a couple of errands in exchange for a map. A map. The thing that they just give out in other games for free 99. Boy, child labor sure is cool. At least he actually gives you one of the best items in the game when you return. Upon arriving in Dewford, I make my way through the fighting gym, where the leader makes a bunch of references to water for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why either. Maybe he just wanted to be a water gym leader. You then deliver a letter to Steven, who's at the back of a cave, and he tells you how your business will be great and all that. From here, you set sail to Slakeport, where a flock of Team Aqua members are hanging outside the museum until you find a specific person and talk to him. They tell you the captain that you're trying to deliver the news to is elsewhere, and then all of the Team Aqua grunts manage to get inside the museum. This is funny to me because this gang of dopey evildoers basically just all got in line, paid the entry fee, and then waited around the museum for you to show up to hand off the goods to the captain. After defeating them, their boss arrives to berate them. You six are being held up by a mere child? He asks, as he then proceeds to not fight you and leave you with the parts that he came here for. Man, Game Freak writes some fascinatingly simple characters. Anyways, old Archie goes on to tell you that Team Aqua's goals are basically to expand the ocean. Like, less land, more ocean. Okay. Moving on to the next town has you running into May again, and I was totally not ready. Like, even though she's a lot nicer than the last two rivals, she will absolutely decimate you if you're not prepared, which I was definitely not. It's also worth noting here that there's a man who 100% has lost children in his basement, which he has deemed the Trick House. I found no means of calling the police to report this, but he did give me candy for managing to make it to his house of tricks. So that's cool, I guess. After that, we find Wally standing outside of the third gym with his level 16 rolls. He's really ready to go kick some ass, but his uncle insists that he's not ready. So I kick his ass instead to show him that his uncle's right. Beyond that, the bike shop owner in this game makes no sense in that he gives you a bike. I find the increasing leniency of bike shop owners kind of funny, because in the first game they want to charge you like $1 million. Then in the second game, they needed the advertising, so they gave you one to help them with that. And then in the third, they're like, oh wow, his shoes are dirty. Well, here's a bike. After traveling through a few towns, you make it over to Meteor Falls, where Team Aqua is terrorizing a scientist into giving them some meteorite for their plan. Except this time, their counterpart, Team Magma, shows up to try to stop them. Of course, your character just kind of lets them shove you aside and run away, so okay, I guess. The first guy with the Devon goods should have just done that. But anyways, if you can assess what Team Magma wants based off of Team Aqua's stupid goals, then you'd probably be not too surprised that they want more land and less water. What a weird set of goals to create a group of humans around. I mean, honestly, Team Magma wants, like, I don't know, world domination or something. These guys just want more water, or more terrain. I've referred to them as evil a few times, but I mean, they're just kind of dumb.
Like, if there's more water around, water Pokemon will be happy, and it'll give people more places to swim.
You stop their plan to, make an active volcano inactive. Actually, that actually doesn't sound like a bad plan because of the village situated below it, but, well, yeah, you stop it and then move along and hope that those guys don't get buried in lava. When you head back down to the gym, May runs over to give you some goggles to help you cross the desert. Here's my continued observation about May. She might be the nicest trainer on the surface, but she's goddamn ruthless. Like, she completely undermines whatever reasoning you might have for challenging gyms by saying that the reason that you're challenging them is to defeat her. And then she tells you that she's gonna go beat your dad. Like, that's just cold-blooded, man. So you race back to Petalburg to beat your dad before May can, and it's honestly more anticlimactic than I thought it would be. I mean, the guy uses 3 normal-type Pokemon, 2 of which are the same. He wasn't expecting to lose to you, but gives you your badge and tells you that Wally's parents want to see you. When you arrive, Wally's father gives you Surf to express his gratitude with how much you helped him. Weirdly enough, he phrases it as, "This isn't a bribe." Either way, you're able to cross the next bit of map where Team Aqua is trying to take over the weather this time.
Stretch your wings.
The weather. You know, same old situation, really. Speaking of same old situation, May sucker punches you right after you've dealt with a whole building of people, and the closest Pokemon Center is actually the same direction you're heading. At least she gives you Fly this time. Honestly, May does really get more arrogant as time goes on, just in a more passive-aggressive way than previous rivals. She continues to tell you that you aren't going to beat her, and even attributes your victories and desire to become stronger to the fact that she decided to battle you previously. At any rate, let's cut over to what Team Aqua's doing real quick in the meantime. They're off to Mount Pyre. What are they doing at Mount Pyre? Taking this red orb. What's it for? I don't know, but this old lady goes, "You can't take that. It can't be separated from the blue orb." And my character goes, "Fortunately, Team Aqua always tells you what they're up to. Or will you follow us to our secret base in Lily Cove City, located off of Exit 8? If you see the Whalmer line, just head northwest." This chase continues to the next couple of areas, and you always know where Team Aqua's at because they keep telling you, but you gotta find the means of getting to them. This involves getting the next gym badge and then visiting Steven again, who gives you yet another useful item. When you finally catch up to Team Aqua, Archie is somehow astonished that you beat him again, before he unveils the orb that he stole to awaken the ancient Pokemon Kyogre. When Kyogre wakes up from his big nap, he just starts wreaking havoc on the surface, causing a torrential downpour to begin in Pseudopolis and start spreading around home. So Team Aqua won, right? They're happy, right? Nah, of course not. This is too much. We wanted water, but we didn't expect this much water. Man, I cannot believe how much water is happening. Are you kidding me? I don't know what to do anymore. This plot is breaking me. Again, Team Rocket did one thing, but holy hell. So now you gotta go fix all of this as usual. So it's off to the Cave of Origin, a cave that's rumored to be the origin point of where all of life began. You're led over to it by the 8th gym leader and Steven, who sent you in after noting that you have the blue orb from before. You face down the mighty ancient Pokemon in an actually pretty damn cool battle. There's no dialogue. There's no interference. It's just you and this mighty, ancient Pokemon. One revered for its power, and one that deserves the utmost respect. So after blinding the ever-living hell out of it, we stuffed Kyogre into an Ultra Ball and gave it a cute nickname. That's a naughty boy. When you pop out of the cave, that's it. I legitimately expected Team Aqua and Magma to be standing around with Wallace and Steven. I can actually picture it, like, "Wow, you did it! The sky cleared up! Amazing job! We've learned our lesson! Come challenge me at the gym now!" But, yeah. It's like business as usual out here. I was actually wondering if I broke a sequence by escape roping out, but it actually turns out the grand celebration is just Steven standing outside of the gym and going, "Yeah, good work. Also, the gym leader's waiting." And this is really it for the bulk of the story. If you're me, you decide to travel through Victory Road with no flashlight, escape rope, or repels because you're a goddamn idiot, and eventually stumble your way out to meet Wally one last time. Dude, I beat Wally so goddamn hard before that he became a good trainer. Like, the last time I saw the guy was when he had a level 16 Ralts and nothing else. So seeing him with an actual team of 45-ish Pokemon blew my mind. Of course, after this, it's just your standard Pokemon League story. "Oh, you're so compassionate towards your Pokemon. What a great bond you have. I can't believe we still have an Elite Four that consists of trainers that only use one certain type of Pokemon. Also, they made Steven the champion because who else would it be?" It was cool when Lance helped you out in Gold and Silver because you already knew who he was before he even showed up. And so challenging him was a lot more meaningful at the end because he was a true ally who fought side by side with you, and he was this legend from the previous game. Steven was just a glorified item giver and someone who just kind of kept showing up around you to have a quick chat. I will say that his team comp was leagues better than Lance's ever was, though. I still don't understand how people always make it into the Pokemon League Champions Chamber after you defeat the champion, because it happens every game. I mean, there's people standing outside to check badges before you can move in, but maybe being a professor negates that requirement? All in all, I would still place Sapphire's plot above the previous two entries, though we're kind of splitting hairs at this point. The baddies in this game definitely have more of a clear goal, even if it is really stupid. But I'd be remiss to just brush aside the fact that Ruby actually flip-flops the villains around, which is kind of neat. As hard as I was on the game's storytelling, it does do better than the last two games, which is always nice. May as a rival is probably the weakest in terms of how she was written, just because she doesn't really have a character arc. She just kind of does what she's always been doing. I'd argue that Wally has more ambition and ends up being someone to compete with, and May was more of a researcher who would occasionally show up to spar with. I think it would have been a lot more interesting if Wally had appeared more in the middle, and basically took over May's battles instead. Next up to the plate is Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, the first of the Nintendo DS games in the series. This guy's name is Rowan. Guess what the people call him? The Pokemon Professor. What an honor. Anyways, you start off in this game by watching a news report documentary thing about the raging red Gyarados, which gets your friend here all riled up and ready to go spot something like that in the local lake. Gary definitely has a nosy and hyper-personality type for sure. It kind of reminds me of Living Away. Blue Arrow. The Pokemon Professor. What an honor. Anyways, you start off in this game by watching a news report documentary thing about the raging red Gyarados, which gets your friend here all riled up and ready to go spot something like that. On the local lake. Barry definitely has a nosy and hyper-personality type for sure. It kind of reminds me of Blue in a way, if Blue ever considered you a friend rather than a rival. So you're off to waddle your way to the lake in a miniature human centipede form. Man, technology's really advanced. Visiting the lake is the Pokemon Professor and his sidekick, Anime Girl. Both of them are forgetful in the fact that you just leave this briefcase full of stuff in the tall grass. Well, Old Arrowhead's here wants to check that out, but your character silently warns him of the dangers of being in tall grass. He assures you that nothing's gonna happen, and you two go check it out. Well, a birdemic occurs, and two Starlies come flying in at the speed of sound, because apparently Starlies are carnivorous or overly protected. They're just kind of assholes like Canadian geese. Anyways, the girl from before comes back to get the case, finds out that you two have liberated a couple of Pokemon from inside, and then leaves off in a huff. When you head back towards town, Rowan is just standing there, and he looks over to the two of you before just leaving. You get to keep your Pokemon, and your mom gives you some shoes to run over to the next town to talk to Rowan about what happened. Upon your arrival, you're escorted to the lab, and the professor conducts the standard age check to make sure that he's giving a Pokédex to a child before sending you on your way. One here takes it upon herself to tell me that the red building's the Pokemon Center, the blue building's the Mart, despite me declining adventure information at the beginning of the game.
Later, friend.
Anyways, as different as the start of Diamond seems to be, it really winds up just being the same as usual. No sign from Dad yet in this one, but you do get a bit of interaction from your mom before she tells you to piss off. I know it isn't meant to be this way, but her dialogue seems really disingenuous. Wow, can't believe that happened. Well, hope you have fun on your adventure. At any rate, you shove off back to Sand Gem and then to Tutorial City, where you're encouraged to visit the school there and then go to learn about the basic tenets of the game in exchange for a Pokemon watch from this guy. It's a very weird promotional model, but I guess we'll pretend like it's a well-written device to teach newcomers about the game. Next, you move on to a real city that has a gym, and the gym leader just left. I really dislike when I show up to a town and the gym is just unavailable for the challenge until you complete some kind of obligation. It's fine for critical story elements, but this is just the first gym of the game. And apparently this guy's gone off to mine right as you showed up. That means to tell like there's some kind of crucial task the leader needs to perform or oversee. The mine, but he's he's literally just hanging out between two rocks, waiting for someone to come by so that he can show them how Rock Smash works. Let me iterate to you how this is written. If you could get the badge from the gym in this town, you can smash boulders like this. Of course, you'd have to beat the leader first. That'd be me. And then he just walks away. What? Why did this happen? Because the new players between the Sapphire and Diamond are so incompetent that they never would have been able to figure out how Rock Smash worked without a tutorial from the leader. I hope they teach me how to cut and serve too. Anyways, this living mining helmet goes back to his gym, and then you're able to crush him for the first badge. This guy's just amazed that he got beaten by someone with 0 badges, even though it's literally half of his job. So it's time to beat the latest iteration of Team Rocket, Team Galactic. Their goal upon your first sighting of them seems to be to extort Rowan's research notes from them, because apparently they want to know how to harness the evolutionary energy that a Pokemon exudes when it evolves. Even though these guys seem to be rocking the bad guy bowl cut number 5, their goal seems to be the least stupid so far. Unfortunately, their methods are par for the course, and the only real difference seems to be that Team Bowl Cut here talks like Mooninites. They basically constantly spell out their plans the same way Aqua and Rocket did, although these guys definitely seem to be a lot more depressed when they lose. They complain about how lame the Pokemon that they have with them are after you beat them, which seems to imply that they don't raise their own. At any rate, these guys want to harness the electricity that the new power plant produces for reasons unknown. So after you take out their boss, they leave and proceed to the next area that they're terrorizing. After this, you encounter Cynthia, who definitely is not the Lance/Steven of this game, and you definitely will not ever see her again. She gives a cut, which of course requires the second gym leader's badge to use outside of battle. Fortunately, the second gym leader here waits outside of her own gym to tell people that they need to beat all of the trainers inside before she'll fight them. What a good person, waiting all day for trainers instead of just having the information guy stand in front tell people. Alright, so first game, bike voucher. Second game, promotion. Third game, dirty shoes. How do we get a bike in this game? Hostage rescue. Yeah. Apparently Team Rocket is a whole building here dedicated to stealing Pokemon from other people. Like in this game. Hostage rescue. Yeah. Apparently Team Rocket is a whole building here dedicated to stealing Pokemon from other people. Like, I'm not even joking. This entire building's purpose is for doing research on the internet and taking Pokemon from civilians. Guys, the building has spikes on it. Most of the grunts actually have no idea why Galactic is doing what they're doing. Some of the grunts go on about saving the future by discovering a new source of energy to use. Others say that they need as many Pokemon as possible to accomplish their goals. And the commander of this building says that their leader will rule all of Sinnoh. Either way, after returning the bike shop owner's Pokemon, you get a new bike, and the entire building just leaves. Like, this building's purpose was 100% nefarious, and then it's just abandoned. Again, there are no police in Pokemon. There's no intervention. Most adults are pretty helpless. There is no government. Officer Jenny is a lie. I am the law. Speaking of the law, this blue-haired Lord of Edge is also unhappy with how society has turned out. I don't know who he is, or what he's gonna do, but he is very upset. Anyways, Heart Home's gym leader is there. There's no explanation, she's just not. She is standing outside of the contest hall, and then she still is mad at me. So you move on to the next town if you want to progress. Fortunately, Barry pops by to get a daily ass beating and relinquish some information on where the next available gym is. After clearing the local, you move on to the next town if you want to progress. Fortunately, Barry pops by to get a daily ass beating and relinquish some information on where the next available gym is. After clearing the local flavor of Pokemon Tower and gathering the Strength 8 gem from the old lady at the top, we move on to Failstone. The gym leader here insists that she has no idea why she's been appointed gym leader, and after battling her, I can only echo that sentiment. After this, I'm off to the Great Swamp, but unfortunately it's 500 United States dollars, and I don't have that kind of money. So I'm off to talk to this guy instead. He tells me not to follow him, but I do it anyways. And I catch up with him again, except this time he's paid off Barry to come running into me to see how my training's coming along. So I toss his Pokemon around like it's a weapon event, and then he goes on to tell me that I should really keep chasing that bleeding Volca, because no one who's a good person runs away like that. Barry runs away like that. continue to chase this guy throughout the area, strategically beating up the smaller children that he's throwing into my path, until he finally turns around and battles me. God, I wish he had just had like a level 70 after all that. Anyways, I let the guy go for some reason, and then there's Cynthia again. She gives me a whole box of Tylenol Extra Strength to help the Psyducks with headaches from walking off the path. And then she gets mauled as she walks off. That was weird, but at least that's the last time I know this. After administering the warm milk and cookies to the Psyduck squad, they bumble off and Cynthia rolls up for the last time ever to give you something to give her grandmother. I assume she can fly, but apparently she just does not want to talk to her grandmother. So I go to do that for her, and her grandma tells me that there's a man in the town just loudly proclaiming that he's going to blow it up with a bomb. No one's doing anything about this. So I go do something about it, and he just leaves, I guess. Shortly after this, you get a little insight about the origin of the Sinnoh region, and the idea that a Pokemon god existed long ago, with 3 other Pokemon opposing the god to keep the world at balance, or something like that. And then blue-haired Cyrus stops by again to tell me his name and give me his business card. So after running through a couple more gyms, I met up with Barry at the library where Dawn and Rowan were also. Rowan goes on to explain that he's doing some big research and nothing really helps that research attain validity like investing in some child labor. So he's shipping you off to one of 3 lakes to study a legendary Pokemon. The other 2 were sent off to 2 other lakes to study their own legendary Pokemon. As the plans are laid out, an earthquake hits and everyone shuffles outside. Upon sniffing the air or something, Rowan is easily able to ascertain that this was no simple quake. A sailor comes running over to confirm this, as news apparently travels extraordinarily quickly. Supposedly a bomb went off at the lake that you were supposed to go to. Now let me break down and explain the severity of this situation, because the earthquake was felt over here, and the explosion occurred here. So what does this mean? It means that Barry's gonna go check out his lake, and you're gonna go to yours. Surely this means that Dawn and Rowan are gonna tag along with these 2 children to check out this act of terrorism, right? Nah, I gotta get to that other lake, dude. Dawn asks, "You'll be safe, right?" God, you better hope so, or that's a dead kid on your hands, Professor. I don't know what kind of sentencing they have for this kind of neglect in this lawless land, but you better pray it's swift, old man. Upon arriving, the lake is sure as hell exploded. Like dying Pokemon everywhere exploded. That's pretty brutal. As silly as Galactic is, they do have a clear or semi-clear goal, and they're now showing just how far they're willing to go in order to achieve it. So my lake's legendary is MIA, and visiting Dawn's doesn't yield much better results, as Galactic has also extracted the legendary Pokemon there. So the only one left here is Barry's. Although Mars here insisted that they've captured all 3 Triforce Pokemon and are now ready to make a wish soon. Either way, I march north to collect the 7th badge and then infiltrate the lake. I think one of the things that bothers me the most about the story in Pokemon games is the utter lack of personality that your husk of a human exhibits. Like, I get that you're supposed to be a blank slate kid, where you project your own kind of personality onto him. But there are these little instances where you try to accomplish something, and all an adult has to do is stand there and go, "Nah, we're not letting anyone in," until they finish doing what they're trying to do. And it just makes no sense to me, because my character doesn't even feel real in the context of the world that he inhabits. He just feels like a drone. I don't know, at the end of the day, it's just a plot for a Pokemon game, but I just feel like it wouldn't take a large amount of effort to make the story make just a little more sense. I mean, you're making me play through it, why not make it a little more believable? Anyways, I grab my badge, then I'm allowed back into the lake, where one of Galactic's commanders has filled in for my shift of beating Barry's ass. As Mars said, it is too late for me to do anything, because this elaborate blockade of 2 grunts has really put a kink in my rescue operation. So I head back to Veilstone to take on the criminal enterprise that is Team Galactic. The boss of Team Galactic gives me a Master Ball because he's surrendered his emotions as well as his brain cells.
You may be trying to stop me from achieving my goals, but I feel nothing. Therefore, the part where you beat me means nothing. Also, you can free those legendary Pokemon we kidnapped. The rest of Team Galactic may use Pokemon as tools, but I instead make their power my own. I don't know what that means, but I can only imagine that he's absorbing their power to become some kind of ultimate JoJo character.
Sega Saturn doesn't know what his boss is up to either, because he at least questions why he would let you roam free and release the Pokemon. Either way, the Pokemon are free, but Saturn tells you that Cyrus is now on his way to Mount Coronet to do something with the power he extracted from the former enslaved Pokemon. So I hiked back up the mountain and took on more bowl cuts than I cared to count, until I finally made it to the summit. Are you ready for this? So this guy frees Dialga, basically the god of time who helped in the creation of Sega. The three Pokemon of the lake were the ones that kept Dialga in check. It's the whole reason that Team Galactic enslaved them to harness their power. Cyrus here wants to destroy the world and create a new one in which he's the god and ruler of. So we've basically reached Kefka levels of villain. The execution might be the worst that I've ever seen, because you build this guy up as an evil dude who wants everything to start over, with him as the leader. And then he's like, yes, go ahead and free the three Pokemon who kept God in check. Also, here's a Master Ball to help you catch God. What? What's happening? Why have the three Pokemon you freed come to help you? So yeah, Cyrus wants to fight again because I've taught him to feel the emotion of anger. But this time all of his Pokemon have evolved. For someone who doesn't care about anything, including Pokemon, his Golbat sure liked him enough to evolve into Crobat. Anyways, he loses and then leaves after saying that he will become God one day. Yeah, it's nothing to worry about, better let him go. Dawn and Rowan make their way up the mountain to tell me that Dialga seems upset, maybe even sad because of the circumstances that it was pulled into by Team Galactic. Dawn tells me that Dialga seems like it's waiting for me specifically, and then I have to give it everything I've got. I like to imagine that my character nodded, and then slowly turned around, walking towards this monster, this god of a Pokemon, before chucking a Master Ball at it. Good thing that Cyrus guy didn't need a Master Ball for anything. After this, Rowan tells me how he's never been god of a Pokemon, before chucking a Master Ball at it. Good thing that Cyrus guy didn't need a Master Ball for anything. After this, Rowan tells me how he's never been more thrilled in his life than when I fired off a 100% catch rate ball at a god. And Dawn tells me how brave Rowan was for coming up to the top of a mountain to cheer for me, a fellow child, while I engaged a crime boss and god in potential world-ending combat. What a brave guy, that Professor Rowan. So I think we're about ready to wrap up this whole thing. But before we take on the Elite Four, we need to take on the 8th gym leader first. Apparently he's been a bit upset and bored because he keeps beating all the challengers at his gym easily. You're told this by one of the Elite Four members who happens to be in town. This guy has got... damn annoying. All you have to do is tell me once. But then he repeats that he really wants me to show the leader a good fight, like 3 times for whatever reason. Whoa there, Hotshot, you're a tough guy. You're a big tough guy. You need to take on the gym leader here, Hotshot. You gotta blow his dick off with your Pokemon. Whoa. So you do just that, and actually meet up with Jasmine, one of the old leaders from Gold and Silver. It's always nice seeing callbacks to older Pokemon versions. I enjoy that a lot. It's pretty much the same ending as always from here, although Barry comes around for one last ass-kicking as a warm-up for the Elite Four. And surprisingly enough, in a twist that even M. Night Shyamalan couldn't pull off, Cynthia is the champion of the Pokemon League. Wow, you're really branching out these storylines, huh, Game Freak? But yeah, I get complimented about how daring I am as a trainer, what a brilliant tactician I am, when the reality is that I basically ran my Pokemon headfirst into a wall until they passed out and barely scraped by. The worst professor in the series so far somehow smuggles himself into the Champions Chamber like every other game, except this time he's welcomed into the last room like he's Professor Oak. And that's it for Diamond's story. Really not a strong showing at all. Again, these stories are pretty goddamn close to each other in how good or bad they are. I would have to say that Diamond's story is probably just below Sapphire, maybe above Silver, I don't know. It's really... all of it's not very good so far. Alright, so I've never played Pokemon Black or White. I did play White too, but only because the 2 really intrigued me. And it was on sale. At Best Buy. $20. Anyways, I went with the Black here, and I don't really know what's going on, but this is the most lore I've ever seen from a Pokemon game, and it's in the introductory cutscene before you even press the start button. So this is looking like a pretty good game from a storytelling perspective so far. You start out meeting the newest flavor of Pokemon Professor, one that's actually a younger woman, which is cool to see. Professor Juniper actually completely streamlines the beginning process of the game. This is an amazing quality of life change, especially when this is your 5th game back-to-back. Sharon is the smart and focused one, and Bianca is the ditzy and clumsy one. The two let you choose your Pokemon first, and then you have to pay for it by having your room trashed in a Pokemon battle, which is a nice touch. The game also makes your mom seem like a real person, remarking on when she had her first Pokemon battle and all that stuff. I'm actually incredibly impressed with the start. A flock of Woobats fly by. Bianca's father actually forbids her from going on an adventure at such a young age. There's an actual dynamic between the characters, even if they are pretty cliche. You have the smartass who calls out everything before the professor can finish, and the clueless one that is here to help explain things to the player through her. It's not like I'm reading the musings of Hemingway, but it is a welcome change for the better. After you all meet up on Route 1, you're taught how to catch a Pokemon, and then you're sent on your way. First, you have to have a little contest to see who has the most Pokemon by the end of this tiny route. The top number seems to be
May I see your
3,
source?
so I catch 2 soon-to-be-deposited fluff dogs and win the contest. I got nothing for it. The primary means of mobile communication seems to be in the form of a phone that always has a video feed, at least I think. After you're taught about Pokemon Centers, the game's villains make themselves known already. But here's the thing so far, they don't actually seem like villains, at least not yet. In fact, the only thing that informs you that they're the group that you'll likely be facing now is the fact that they're called Team Plasma, and the music that plays as the guy in charge makes his speech. Ghetsis here gathers a bunch of people in town and basically says that it's wrong for Pokemon to be enslaved in Pokeballs, and that they will never be equal as long as humans use them the way that they do. This is literally the most compelling and realistic argument I've ever heard from a group of Pokemon villains yet. Then they just pack up and leave. It's all they do. There's no evil, hostile takeover. There's no demanding for people to hand over their Pokemon. There's no world domination proclamations. It's just a speech and marching away. Shortly after, a kid in the crowd approaches you and your friend and claims that he can hear your Pokemon speak. No one knows what that means exactly, but the guy's name is a letter, so he's probably a weirdo. Also, his hair color is almost identical to Ghetsis, who was giving the speech earlier, so even though the game is getting a lot of points for a cohesive plot, that foreseeable twist is pretty weak. So when you arrive in Striaton City, the gym leader is, of course, away from the gym. I don't like this form of delaying the game at all, and everybody knows that by now, but I'm going to be a little more forgiving here just because of all the good stuff that the game has done so far. Basically, you're told that the leader went off to the school here, and then, of course, when you get there, the leader isn't there anymore. You must have just missed him. Wow, what a shock. You battle your friend and then buzz off back to the gym where the leader is now hanging out. He basically assesses what type your starter Pokemon is, and then informs you that you'll be facing the Pokemon that it's weak against. I actually really dig the idea of 3 gym leaders. It teaches the player the hard way about type advantage and disadvantage. So moving outside of the first gym leads you to an encounter with one of Juniper's assistants. She basically tells you that she needs something called Dream Mist, which is a mist that is used to show people dreams, or something like that. In order to obtain this mist, you need to encounter a Masharna or a Munna and obtain it from them. Here's where Team Plasma comes in again. So you've got these 2 grunts who come in and start kicking the shit out of this Munna in order to try to get it to expel some of its dream mist.
I must be on my way now.
A great, compelling reason to win people over and actually give these villains a purpose which someone could think about and even see themselves joining their side. And then you just throw it out the window. We want to free all the Pokemon because we view them as equals, and we'll even abuse them to make it happen. Yeah, right. So these guys are basically just PETA. Anyways, you move along to the next city when some Team Plasma members come running by, and Bianca follows shortly after, along with a child. Apparently, the full Templar armor-wearing nutjobs revolted the child's Pokemon, and now everyone's trying to rescue it. Their reasoning is that a Pokemon will never be as happy as it could be in the clutches of a trainer, so they're gonna steal the Pokemon to prevent that reality. Now, if this was their entire MO, it would be easy to say, oh, their intentions are good, but they're misguided. But I mean, a couple of them just kicked the hell out of a small Pokemon earlier, so yeah, I don't know, maybe those 2 were just particularly heinous, but I guess we'll see. Eventually you make it to the next city, only to encounter N again. And makes zero sense to me, and I don't really know if he's supposed to be edgy or if he's going to make sense later, but the way that he's written is incredibly
Always a
frustrating.
pleasure, Eivor.
He babbles on about basically wanting what Team Plasma wants, but more eccentric, I guess. He then insists on another Pokemon battle to test you, I guess. I'm not getting why this guy's goal is to stop people from using Pokemon the way that they do, but then he does it himself. He even says that he needs to train harder to gain more power and or capture the legendary Pokemon Zekrom. After you blast the second gym leader, her husband comes running down the stairs after you're finished battling to inform you against that Team Plasma is attempting to steal bones. But why? They quickly steal the skull of this Dragonite and use bounce, leaving Lenora to react like an Oblivion guard.
What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was pretty easily impressed by the plot and ideas in Pokemon Black because they seemed like they were more thought out than previous entries. But honestly, this plot is already wearing thin. I mean, at the end of the day, Plasma is still a group of Pokemon villains, and that basically means that no matter how much they doll up the storyline ideas, there's still going to be a bunch of little instances of, wait, how did they do that? Or, why did they do that? Basically, a visiting gym leader meets up with Lenora, and she fills him in on the stolen skull, and the two pursue Plasma into the woods, and it's just a big goose chase that has you fighting the same kind of grunts that you've been fighting in previous games, while they say the same type of things. You're a kid, you can't beat me. I'm just stalling so the rest of us can get away. Of course, they don't get away because the guy with the skull is just standing in a forest clearing. After you retrieve the skull, a guy comes in and he looks more important, and he introduces himself as one of the 7 sages of Team Plasma. So basically, we're Zelda now. He doesn't fight you yet because the guy who said he was going to wait at the exit decided to not do his job, follow you in after you did all of the work, and then the second gym leader comes in right after. The explanation after Team Plasma leaves is, boy, those guys were speedy, huh? I don't know, it's just hard to look past a lot of the silly stuff, even more so when the plot seems to be taking itself way more seriously than usual for a Pokemon game. Don't get me wrong, the dynamics between the gym leaders speaking to each other and having actual interests and interactions with others is definitely a great step in the right direction. But it's hard to dismiss stuff like, oh man, those guys were so fast. I mean, come on, just give them a flying Pokemon. That's like literally the easiest way for them to get away without it sounding goofy. Or write an actual feasible story and turn the person who snatched the skull into the police for once. Maybe he can escape at one point and become a character who actually matters and he tries to take his revenge or something like that. What did catch my eye is the fact that Gorm basically says that Team Plasma won't tolerate your interference anymore despite 2 of these people being gym leaders. I don't know why that stood out to me, but it's almost as if he was implying indirectly that gym leaders have some sort of authority as law enforcement or something along those lines. Maybe he was just referring to their power, though. He also mentions that Getsus is trying to win people over with words alone, but the rest of the sages are directly seizing Pokemon from people. Alright, we can finally move on to the next city and challenge the next gym. After talking to your friend who made it to the gym before you, you head on in and... It's happening again. It's making me do things before I can challenge the gym leaders again. My patience is just diminished with this storyline already. Especially because it's literally the exact same thing that you just did before the last city. They stole a Pokemon.
Is that what you
This
want?
time it was Bianca's. Oh no. You chase, you find them standing outside because that's really good hiding, and then eventually you retrieve Bianca's Pokemon. They also tell you pretty much the exact same thing as before.
This will serve you
Ancient
well.
Dragon. Hero talks to Ancient Dragon. Unova is formed. Now they want to bring it back so they can reshape the world. Does this plot sound semi-familiar to you? Come on, dude. Just some imagination.
You like the looks of that one?
At any rate, you clear them out, then head on over to the Honey Nut Cheerios gym to clear that out too. Then Bianca challenges you to a battle because someone told Game Freak to make sure that there was a mandatory minimum of 673 rival battles between gyms in this game. But wait, there's more. Sharon wants to point his sweaty finger at you too before getting crushed in battle. Thankfully, after this is over, you can... What? Yes. Okay. I was going there already.
I can get you
First,
that
I gotta
one.
walk all the way back to the bottom of Big C City for a Pokemon healing fun time, and then all the way back up because my friends are assholes. And Juniper stops me after the desert to get me Ultra Balls, Sharon goes to catch a new Pokemon, Bianca goes to look for a musical theater, I get a bike for beating Plasma members, then Bianca drags me against my will to the music theater to play dress up with my Pokemon. Then Bianca's dad comes to drag her away because he doesn't like his child of a daughter being off on her own on a potentially dangerous adventure. You know, kind of like a halfway decent concerned parent. I mean, it's not like she's an adult. Yeah, sure, this guy's a dick, I guess. In fact, we know he's a dick, because the gym leader of this town comes up and says, "Hey, you go on an adventure, little girl. It doesn't matter what your dad says. Also, I'm a model." Oh, well, if she's a model, what am I to say? I mean, if she's a model, well, go on, my actual underage child. Bon voyage. Honestly, though, there's really not a lot of dangerous stuff involved in becoming a renowned trainer anyways. Well, whatever. Let's go challenge the gym leader. Wait, let's go talk to N. Guess what, fellas?
All my pieces are good. But that
After your romantic Ferris wheel ride with him, he challenges you to another battle and then turns into an anime before leaving. Now it's gym leader time, and then it's Jiren time. Again. At least you get to meet the champion of the Unova League next. He seems like a pretty chill guy and basically questions your friend's motive of simply becoming stronger. I think what bothers me the most about Sharon is, yes, he is a smart-ass know-it-all, and that's fine.
You have
but
a
he
keen
continuously
eye for
loses to you
quality.
and says the exact same thing every single time. Why can't I beat you? Afterwards, the gym leader of this city calls the gym leader of the next city and tells him that two trainers want to battle. Let me run this one by you. The gym leader of the next town physically controls the bridge between these two towns. No other way to get to the land unless you travel further north or by sea surf. But it gets better, because right after the gym leader lowers the bridge, the one-way bridge, with one path out, you get blamed for letting Team Plasma escape. Because we requested passage. Because these Neanderthals couldn't seal off a one-way exit. I just don't get it, man. But what's important is y'all showed up and then Team Plasma escaped. Yeehaw, shoot guns, Texas. So you know what's about to happen next, right? Gotta find Team Plasma.
Is that what you want?
Then I can challenge Big Tex over here. Look, there's gotta be a point where I look at the game as a kid's game, right? I'm sure a lot of people grew up with this story and they think it's amazing because they were at an age where this kind of lack of plot cohesion was totally fine. Maybe it was their first Pokemon game. I guess if you look at it that way, I'm just being an ass here for berating the plot so hard. But I mean, it doesn't take much to make this make a bit more sense. I don't feel like a series should get a pass just because a chunk of its audience are kids.
I must say.
I mean, I think I was 19 when this one came out. Something like that.
I must take my leave.
Honestly, I piped for Sword and Shield as someone well into my adulthood, despite the potential issues that the games are rumored to have. And I'd love to be able to just play through the plot and have it not be absurd to a point where I just don't care about it anymore. Sorry about that. I just figured there's going to be a point here where I think I should clarify or try to clarify why I'm being so tough on the plot of a Pokemon game. Anyways. Sharon joined me for this pain in the ass, and I'm actually surprised he didn't come over to challenge me to a battle. But you do all the heavy lifting in this icebox, and then he meets up with you when you finally find the Plasma members. The most peculiar thing that happens here is the mere fact that this may be the first time I've ever seen any sort of law enforcement of sorts in a Pokemon game. Basically, all of the workers that you just defeated cart these grunts off in a line, including the Sage. Then Sharon says the smartest thing I've heard him say all game. That the Plasma members are a waste of oxygen. Of course, right before this, he also said that separating people and Pokemon is the same as there being no Pokemon, so it kind of deepens the big brain moment. But yeah, all of this is for nothing because Ghetsis shows up with less people than we just battled and captured already, and then convinces the gym leader to release his people. The guy that reprimanded us for letting Team Plasma get away, then says, "Sorry there, fellers, we done did let them there Plasma get away with all your hard work. Praise the Bible of me, y'all." You fight the guy and then he clears out some webs from a cave, but not before Bianca stops you to have a battle, as is required in the Pokemon Black contractual obligations. When you pop into this cave, you can see N. Why can't I just go somewhere in this game? Like, holy shit. What's even more absurd is the fact that N has two ninjas that appear by your side, walk you 4 steps, and then go away. Why is everything involving N so needlessly edgy? After N tells you some big BS about how you've been chosen by Team Plasma, he tells you that Getsis wants to meet you. Midway through the cave, the Shadow Triad uses their highly expert skills to escort you across a bridge, and then tell you to keep moving. Thanks, guys, I hope Plasma's paying you well. It's all just nonsense. N challenges you to a battle at the end of the cave, and then ponders on the idea that he might not be winning because he doesn't want to make his Pokemon fight. Dude, come on. If I shoot everyone who has a gun, then no one can use guns anymore. Then he admonishes Professor Juniper for her use and endorsement of the Pokédex. Then he just leaves after Juniper says that she respects his opinion, but she still has her own. I feel like I'm in hell playing this game. Like, I just want to go challenge a gym. I just want to go challenge a gym without anything else happening before or in between. I don't mind the idea of these gym leaders having personalities and conversations with you, but there's always immediately some kind of task for you to complete before you can challenge them. This particular leader goes on to tell you that she was flying her plane when she saw a sick Pokemon on top of a tower. She must have been flying really goddamn close to that tower to make out that there was an ill Pokemon on top of it. The thing that made these moments where a gym leader would walk with you somewhere or help you do something was that it happened so rarely. I'm not opposed to being introduced to the leader beforehand, getting to figure out their personality and whatnot, but it feels way less special when it happens with every single gym leader, more or less. I mean, this scenario also pretty much happened already in Pokemon Silver when Ampharos was at the top of the lighthouse, and the gym leader wouldn't battle you until you helped it get medicine. I guess the difference here is that the leader heals the Pokemon and it flies away before you even get there. And you get to ring a bell that reflects your character depending on its sound. Afterwards, you face down the leader at her gym and then stumble across N again. This time he quizzes your first Pokemon to see
There's
how
some
good
new
of a
things for you
trainer
to
you
look
are.
at.
He also goes on to denounce Pokemon battles, saying that people justify battles as getting to know each other better. This guy has battled you a few times now with the express intent of getting to know you better. The logic is there, the follow-through is just not. He basically goes on about how he wants to change the world, but not by force, and then mentions that he's going to awaken a legendary Pokemon to change the world with. Probably by force, I'd reckon. This bit of story is followed up by another Charon battle because, hey, you both got a new badge, although Alder shows up again to compliment both of you on battle. Charon gets irritated by the praise because he lost the battle, and Alder basically tells him to grow up and accept the compliment, which I actually enjoyed. I feel like the excessive battling is the writer's way of handing out important tools like HMs and whatnot. I get what they're going for here because, honestly, sometimes just finding a random dude in a house to obtain an important HM to proceed is a bit obtuse. And I guess trying to incorporate a future important figure into the storyline while also giving the player a key item beats out just finding an HM in the middle of an underwater passage, like with what happened in Sapphire. It just feels excessive because it is excessive when combined with a lot of other battles which don't give you a key item afterwards. At any rate, Big Tex is waiting for you inside the mountain and basically tells you more or less that the gym leaders met to try to figure out where Team Plasma was, which definitely asserts them even more as people who deal with villains, which is cool. Ironically, he also tells you that he doesn't want to involve you two kids in the affairs of Team Plasma, which is literally the exact opposite sentiment he had before when he commanded you to go chase them down in order for him to battle you. But then the most magical thing happens of all. I walked right into a gym without any interference. And then, this gym leader comes out of the gym and notices the Shadow Triad hanging out and then calls them out. And then the Shadow Triad goes, "Come to Dragon Spiral Tower." And this goddamn saint of a gym leader tells Sharon that he's gonna have to wait to challenge the gym until after he deals with this. The game has been redeemed.
Anything else I can do
10
for
out
you?
of 10. 5 stars. Grammy. Grammy? Grammy?
Goodbye, Eivor.
But now it's off to Dragon Spiral Tower, which is said to be the birthplace or the current place of the legendary Pokemon. Apparently it's never been set foot in until now. When you make it through all of the plasma people, Anna waits at the top. I figured the game was going to be a repeat of Diamond at this point, but Anna actually takes control of the legendary Pokemon and then tells you to seek out the other one to see if you're worthy of opposing it. Seems like this is kind of poor advice to give someone if you're trying to accomplish your goal, but maybe he's trying to play the whole thing another way because the guy is a bit of an oddball. After this, Chern actually figures out the answer to his question, which surprised me because it really did look like he was going to go down the Epo route of not figuring it out for a long time.
I must take my leave. So long.
Ornader orkarkem apter.
I get tired. I get tired. Go to sleep. I'm dying, but I make people so uncomfortable.
To the Swan Road. Need to row our way out. Pull up here!
Max.
Good to see you.
Max attack.
What do you have today?
No damn thing.
Have you got a contract?
I have just received... Monsters, they say. Terrible creatures. Go get rid of the beasts. With your ski... Goodbye for now.
Finn om dyrgripar.
Let's go. Can't raise the sail yet. Strike of the tune.
They don't get you fucking insane. They're dying.
So after draining an entire vending machine of its soda and lemonade, it's time to see where all of this is headed and scoot on over to Relic Castle, home of Reshiram. At least, that's what I was hoping was going to happen, but the Pokemon isn't here and the whole goddamn journey through this sandy hell was for nothing. But at least you get to learn a few new snippets of info. Apparently, N challenging you directly is a show of force, one that is basically used to assert his dominance and willpower thoroughly. As edgy as the guy is, I gotta respect the power play. After this large amount of sidetracking, you get a call from Juniper saying that something big is happening in Nakreen City. But nothing's happening, they just had the thing that you were looking for in Relic Castle the entire time. But no one knows how to use it, so we gotta go meet the last gym leader to figure it out. This is one of those times where the extracurricular battle does not need to happen at all. Bianca's standing right there. She wishes you luck and all that, and then you leave to go to the bridge that leads to where the last gym leader is. And then suddenly she just rolls up on you in this icy-ass wasteland and asks you to battle because she wants to become a researcher. Dude, come on, we were just with each other and I beelined it here and you were literally right behind me? As you cross the bridge, the Shadow Triad collect their next paycheck by escorting you maybe 8 steps this time, so I assume they got overtime. You're promptly bullied by Getsis, who continues to flesh out the idea that N wants to put his ideals on the line against yours and beat you that way. Getsis is the smarter villain, and who basically says that you should just hand over the stone that's housing the legendary Pokemon. So what this all really boils down to is this gullible kid who wants to make everyone stop using Pokemon to fight their battles, and separate them from humans so that they can achieve perfection or whatever. And then you've got a villain who's been pulling the strings since his birth, and basically plans on conquering the region using N's ideals to get everyone else to surrender their Pokemon willingly, all while Plasma is still allowed to use their own Pokemon. So the lore keeps piling on here as the dragon-type gym leader explains to you that once upon a time the two dragons were one, and it was used to lead the Unova region, along with the twin heroes. Now, it's said multiple times that these two heroes are twins, but then they say older brother and younger brother. So I don't know what that's about, but basically the two start to disagree with each other, they fight, and then the dragons split into two halves. Here's another weird part of the story. The first dragon and its hero wanted to usher in a new and better world. The second dragon and its hero wanted to usher in a new and good world. I have read this script over and over multiple times now, and it makes about as much sense as it did the first time. Because it sounds like both heroes wanted the exact same thing. Incoherent plot points aside, the dragons fought on and on until they were exhausted, and the twins came to the conclusion that neither side was correct. But then their children got into a fight, and this time their legendary Pokemon Larry Davided the entire Unova region out of existence. So they made a new one. Anyways, I collect the final badge and I get directed to Victory Road. Hen's plan at the moment is to defeat the current champion and then defeat me afterwards. So Alder went back to take his place in the Pokemon League, and now I'm going to figure out what's going on with Alder. So after crawling through the Pokemon League, I mean crawling, I finally make it up to Letter and Alder, who have just finished their fight. Apparently N won, and with his victory, he makes a damn castle rise up from the ground. It actually is kind of a cool cutscene. It is a bit dampened by Cheren running up because he just beat the league right after you, I guess. I mean, as much as you can sit here and justify Bianca sneaking up on you right after you just saw her by saying that maybe it took a little longer to, like, I don't know, sleep or eat or whatever, I'm pretty sure I'd have seen Cheren running around doing the same thing that I was. Either way, I have now been issued a challenge by N in his castle. But before this, 6 of the 7 sages are waiting for you and start babbling some cryptic nonsense before letting you know that they're not going to be totally incompetent the entire day, and are going to take you out right now before you get to end. But then the gym leader squad comes rolling in full force. This is actually really goddamn awesome. I mean, I've been stabbing this game's plot for a while now, but it's really cool to see some gym leaders actually united to take out a threat. It's easily the most interaction with them that we've seen from the series at this point. So this is what this all comes down to. Gensys has 100% been manipulating N by bringing him super abused Pokemon that are heard directly from horrible trainers and brainwashing him into thinking that people in Pokemon are just like oil and water. Meanwhile, Team Plasma has been using Pokemon they've been liberating from random people and overworking them to do stuff like build the castle. This is all while they've been preaching to the rest of the population that Pokemon and trainers should separate, with the plan being to roll over everyone else to rule the region after trainers have started to follow this ideal. They're basically a little more sinister and organized Team Rocket, and that is excellent. What are you doing? As much grief as I've given to this plot for its various holes, Team Plasma is the best villainous group I've seen in any Pokemon game thus far. A small detail I've noticed is the disparity between Plasma grunts. Some seem to be outright fanatics who truly believe that all Pokemon will be separated from all people. Some are tuned into the idea that Team Plasma and Gensys specifically will assume the reign of Unova once they control everyone else's minds and hearts, causing them to turn their Pokemon over. There's a grunt that notes that he thinks that Pokemon are just tools, and another that admits that they've grown attached to their Pokemon. One of the grunts even goes on about Team Rocket and Galactic drawing way too much attention to themselves. I'm assuming in reference to them constantly taking over whole cities. But the most important lore point in the game actually stems from visiting N's room. It's here that we learn that the sport of basketball exists in the Pokemon universe. I think there are teams of Pokemon that play basketball. Alright, let's finish this thing once and for all. So you meet with N, he calls it Zekrom. After some deliberation, Reshiram pops out of its stone and faces you, where N encourages you to try to capture it. So I throw the ball that can't fail and give my new friend a hot nickname. After this, it's finally time to battle. N's a pretty fair guy through and through, and he heals you up before the fight starts. Unfortunately for him, he can't battle particularly well, but it was still a pretty cool fight. Shortly after this defeat, Gensys comes in and berates the hell out of N. I know I've called him plenty of names, but I think Gensys probably hits him twice as hard. He calls him a worthless freak. Goddamn, son. Gensys then takes me on himself after confirming what we basically knew. After his defeat, Getsus is picked up by Alder and Sharon and then taken away, where N tells you about his horrible childhood and why he thought the way that he thought. Alright, here's the part where I half apologize. I'm 100% sure that there are/were people watching this that are livid with me because I trashed this game's plot a few times. And I easily could have removed that criticism, but I think a lot of it still stands. Pokemon Black and White's plot is easily the best Pokemon game plot that we've gotten so far. There are a lot of bumps in the road, from things not making sense to pure tedium to just how frequent interruptions were. And I still stand by those complaints. I think that easily bounce back with this plot masterpiece, even if it was semi-believable. I thoroughly enjoyed watching N go from this edgelord weirdo in my eyes to actually figuring out his background and watching him grow after being exposed to the truth. It was all very anime, but hey, I like a good anime. I enjoyed the beginning and ending of Pokemon Black a lot, much more than I ever expected with the bar set so low in the previous ending. I wish the middle didn't have so much filler, or at least wish that the filler wasn't so absurd at times. I think that nearly everything in Black and White is leaps and bounds ahead from any previous entry, and at the end of the day, I really can't hold its faults against it too.
I swore that in time I would return to avenge my father's death.
Ford is made up of thousands of parts.
Upon my return from
Say
Francia,
your Ford
I heard the
needs
news.
one of those original parts.
Say the crew
It
is
ain't just
long
any
dead.
shop's gonna have it.
Slain by
Or
the
one
hand
that knows
of
better than anyone how to care for your Ford.
I am glad.
Sounds like a no-brainer to me.
Right now, if it works, synthetic hormone change, tire rotation, vehicle checkup,
myself.
Or keep your Ford a Ford.
New leather. Too hot.
In the next episode of Living Hell, I'm here to evaluate White 2's storyline. So, White 2 starts out with the same kind of stuff as Black did, but this time you get the option to refuse receiving a Pokemon for the secret ending. Actually, this kind of questioning appears like 3 times in the span of 2 minutes, where you have no choice in your answer, but people ask you anyways. Even Green Hat Logan asks if you'll help them out with giving you your Pokemon. But yet,
What do you see?
you're basically recruited by Juniper, whose first name is apparently Aria, to join the Legion of Children and trekking across the land to fill the Pokedex. Your friend rival was called Hugh, and so far he's just kind of an amalgamation of all the rivals there. Wants to get. I thoroughly enjoyed watching N go from this edgelord weirdo in my eyes to actually figuring out if all exists in the Pokemon universe. I think they're a team. Is it Pokemon that played basketball? Alright, let's finish this thing once and for all. So you meet with N, you call calls in Zekrom. After some deliberation, Reshiram pops out of its stone and faces you, where Anne encourages you to try to capture it. So I throw the ball that can't fail and give my new friend a hot nickname. After this, it's finally time to battle. Anne's a pretty fair guy through and through, and he heals you up before the fight starts. Unfortunately for him, he can't battle particularly well, but it was still a pretty cool fight. Shortly after this defeat, Ketsis comes in and berates the hell out of Anne. I know I've called him plenty of names, but I think Ketsis probably hits him twice as hard. He calls him a worthless freak. Goddamn, son. Ketsis then takes me on himself after confirming what we basically knew. After his defeat, Ketsis is picked up by Alder and Sharon and then taken away, where N tells you about his horrible childhood and why he thought the way that he thought. Alright, here's the part where I half apologize. I'm 100% sure that there are /were people watching this that are living
Ragnarok.
with me because I trashed this game's plot a few times. And I easily could have removed that criticism, but I think a lot of it still stands. Pokemon Black and White's plot is easily the best Pokemon game plot that we've gotten so far. There are a lot of bumps in the road, from things not making sense to pure tedium to just how frequent interruptions were. And I still stand by those complaints. I think that Game Freak bounced back with this plot masterfully, even if it was semi-predictable. I thoroughly enjoyed watching N go from this edgelord weirdo in my eyes to actually figuring out his background and watching him grow after being exposed to it. It was all very anime, but hey, I like a good anime. I enjoyed the beginning and ending of Pokemon Black a lot, much more than I ever expected with the bar set so low from the previous entry. I wish the middle didn't have so much filler, or at least wish that the filler wasn't so absurd at times. I think that nearly everything in Black and White is leaps and bounds ahead from any previous entry, and at the end of the day, I really can't hold its faults against it too hard. In the next episode of Living Out, we're here to evaluate White 2's storyline. So White 2 starts out with the same kind of stuff as Black did, but this time you get the option to refuse receiving a Pokemon for the secret ending. Actually, this kind of questioning appears like 3 times in the span of 2 minutes, where you have no choice in your answer, but people ask you anyways. Even Green Hat Logan asks if you'll help them out before giving you your Pokemon. But yeah, you're basically recruited by Juniper, whose first name is apparently Aria, to join the Legion of Children in trekking across the land to build a Pokedex. Your friend rival is called Hugh, and so far he's just kind of an amalgamation of all the rivals that we've seen. Wants to get stronger, tells you to get stronger too, wants to travel, demands a Pokedex also. But yeah, pretty standard start. After stressing that you really want to nearly kill a Pokemon before you can catch it, ideally kind of cripple it so that it can't limp away, Bianca leaves you to move along before you promptly get cut off by Alder. Apparently this guy does his best to make himself anything but useful, and can consistently be found just hanging out on cliff ledges waiting for unsuspecting trainers. He ushers you off to go train, I guess, but not before you deliver the other town map to Hugh. It's at the ranch that we see Hugh's personality become a little more unique, when the couple who own the ranch note that their Pokemon is missing. They mention that it's probably just off playing somewhere, but Hugh flips his shit and basically assumes the worst possible scenario has happened, which isn't exactly a normal reaction. It probably hits him twice as hard. He calls him a worthless freak. Goddamn, son. Ketsis then takes me on himself after confirming what we basically knew. After his defeat, Ketsis is picked up by Alder and Sharon and then taken away, where N tells you about his horrible childhood and why he thought the way that he thought. Alright, here's the part where I half apologize. I'm 100% sure that there are /were people watching this that are livid with me because I trashed this game's plot a few times. And I easily could have removed that criticism, but I think a lot of it still stands. Pokemon Black and White's plot is easily the best Pokemon game plot that we've gotten so far. There are a lot of bumps in the road, from things not making sense to pure tedium to just how frequent interruptions were. And I still stand by those complaints. I think that Game Freak bounced back with this plot masterfully, even if it was semi-predictable. I thoroughly enjoyed watching N go from this edgelord weirdo in my eyes to actually figuring out his background and watching him grow after being exposed to the truth. It was all very anime, but hey, I like a good anime. I enjoyed the beginning and ending of Pokemon Black a lot, much more than I ever expected with the bar set so low from the previous entry. I wish the middle didn't have so much filler, or at least wish that the filler wasn't so absurd at times. I think that nearly everything in Black and White is leaps and bounds ahead from any previous entry, and at the end of the day, I really can't hold its faults against it too hard. In the next episode of Living Hell, I'm here to evaluate White 2's storyline. So White 2 starts out with the same kind of stuff as Black did, but this time you get the option to refuse receiving a Pokemon for the secret ending. Actually, this kind of questioning appears like 3 times in the span of 2 minutes, where you have no choice in your answer, but people ask you anyways. Even Green Hat Logan asks if you'll help them out before giving you your Pokemon. But yeah, you're basically recruited by Juniper, whose first name is apparently Aria, to join the Legion of Children and trekking across the land to fill the Pokedex. Your friend rival is called Hugh, and so far he's just kind of an amalgamation of all the rivals that you've seen. Wants to get stronger, tells you to get stronger too, wants to travel, demands a Pokedex also. But yeah, pretty standard start. After stressing that you really want to nearly kill a Pokemon before you can catch it, ideally kind of cripple it so that it can't limp away, Bianca leaves you to move along before you promptly get cut off by Alder. Apparently this guy does his best to make himself anything but useful, and can consistently be found just hanging out on cliff ledges waiting for unsuspecting trainers. He ushers you off to go train, I guess, but not before you deliver the other town map to Hugh. It's at the ranch that we see Hugh's personality become a little more unique, when the couple who own the ranch note that their Pokemon is missing. They mention that it's probably just off playing somewhere, but Hugh flips his shit and basically assumes the worst possible scenario has happened, which isn't exactly a normal reaction. It'd be like if somebody said that their cat's usually around a certain part of the house and it's just not at the moment, and someone loses their mind and starts fervently searching for it. At any rate, as it turns out, there's a Team Plasma member who chased the dog into the woods, where they were closing in on it to capture it or whatever. Thank God some awful, horrible, traumatic event happened to Hugh, because I would not have bothered if he didn't force me to look. So yeah, there's your introduction to Plasma in this game. One grunt dressed like new Team Rocket, trying to do things that are reminiscent of Team Rocket. Fortunately for Hugh's anxiety, my character is mute, so no one finds out about the incident. Alright, after Alder has you do a little training to learn about type advantage and disadvantage, he jumps off a cliff again to give you some berries. And then it's off to meet Charon. Charon is the newest gym leader in the region, sporting the basic badge with normal-type Pokemon. A severe downgrade in my eyes from the last game's first gym. But this does answer a few questions I've had about the series' gym structure. In Gold and Silver, Kanto's leaders all upgraded monumentally. Charon definitely beat the Elite Four, or he took advantage of the chaos and rushed in and lied. Either way, he definitely had a pretty strong team before the Elite Four, and now he has a pretty weak and basic Pokemon team to lead the gym in the first city. I guess it varies from region to region, too, because my mind goes back to the more inexperienced trainers that were gym leaders in previous games. Either way, White 1 and 2 seem to flesh out the Unova region's gym system a lot more than other games did for their regions in the series at this point in time. Charon even mentions how weird it is to not use his usual team to fight challengers as the first gym leader. Now it's time to bring up the second gym leader, which may come as a shock after what Black put the player through. And yeah, there were still a few handful of informational tidbits which were given to me along the way, but I wasn't challenged by my rival 20 times or forced down a different route by the story, which is a breath of fresh air. Who knows how long it'll stay that way, but I was relieved that the story part came after the gym leader for once with Roxy. She's upset at her dad, who's the captain of a ship and also wishes to pursue a career in acting. But pursuing this dream is going to make people who needed to take the boat to different places late. So she storms off to the gym where you can challenge her immediately, and then she leaves to track her dad down afterwards. Anyways, I head up to the movie studio here because, well, I'm kind of forced to by a recruiter who saw my battle with Roxy. Then I'm required to watch a Pokemon movie of sorts in a gym, in which the leader's dad fights and loses to the former 7th gym leader from the previous game. After that, the player is forced to create the film properly, which I honestly was not interested in, but again, I had no choice. But I left shortly after and encountered Team Plasma a second time. They explained that they were betrayed by their former king 2 years ago and are struggling to retain relevance, much like Rocket in Gold and Silver. They take off after their defeat and you give chase. As is tradition, they tell you where they're trying to go next when you beat them, explaining that they need to take a boat from Burbank. So heading over to Castelia City on your big chase lands you a free bike from a clown. Apparently getting a bike is just a vital sign monitor of escalating and de-escalating reasons. At any rate, we're back to normal with Berg not being in his gym, go figure. He's off pursuing Plasma, and so am I now, I guess. So it's off to the sewers, where Hugh comes along like a goddamn paladin to try to hunt down the Plasma Fiends. Some other weirdo pops out of the woodwork after beating down a few Plasma grunts, in addition to Berg, who moves out to his gym. So after absolutely embarrassing the poor guy in his newly renovated gym, I met up with the weirdo from earlier, whose name is Colress. Man, I get the whole trying to make the important people stand out thing. But what the hell is wrapped around this science man's head? Apparently, Colress's entire purpose as a scientist is to bring out as much power in Pokemon as possible. He sees the way that you and the Elite Four treat your Pokemon kindly, and how the Pokemon seem to grow stronger from it. But then he goes off about wondering if there's another way, which is a bit concerning. He shows off one of his experiments in which he causes a barricade of rock crabs to move out of the way by energizing them, and then mentions that it'd be so much easier if someone could just talk to Pokemon. But surely no one like that exists. Anyways, you battle him and he gives you some of his platonic protein, and then you press forward. After bopping the 4th gym leader, you encounter Hugh, who's actively antagonizing Team Plasma Grunts. My favorite part about this is that he's asking them what they're doing here, and they're like, standing? Honestly, I can't even consider Hugh a rival. If anything, he's Team Plasma's rival. Dude rolls up on any Plasma Grunts that he sees like he's some kind of arbiter of justice, and it's all apparently because they took his little sister's Pokemon a few years back. After crossing the bridge into Driftvale, we get a little more insight about the Team Plasma situation. Apparently the ones who are still donning the medieval chainmail are following N, and the ones who look more like Team Rocket are following Ghetsis. So I guess the Templars are the good guys in this one. We find out more about this after High Inquisitor Hugh comes flying in at Mach 10 and just decimates this poor man. Before being able to challenge the gym leader here, or move on from Driftvale in general, you have to go meet with one of the former 7 sages. Or maybe he still is considered one? But what we know for sure is that he has allegiance to N, and he's trying to actively take care of Pokemon that have been separated from their trainers during Team Plasma's onslaught. So until this point, I actually thought that this was just going to be another gold and silver situation, where Plasma had resorted to being particularly heinous for no apparent reason, besides the lofty and boring goal of taking over the world. But I like this split a lot. I just wish that the X-Team Plasma members actually rebranded themselves into something besides X-Team Plasma. It's just kind of silly from even a lore perspective to wear the exact same clothing as when they were terrorists. And use more or less the
would, but yeah, it was like, well, I put it in your wallet. Touch. Touch. If you kissed at me, you should have really pissed you off. Steve.
Hmm.
I should go.
This is why it's hard not to go insane. Fuck you. In Jesus' name. It's nasty. I need to return Pedro for something that makes no sense. dog. God. No. God. Where's the witness? Where's the witness? Alles motiviert.
Let us join battle together, and there is always need for raiders. My chance will come.
Up for some raiding?
What have you got for me today?
Bye, Eivor.
My eyes. What mischief have you been in?
Lame.
Fucksunen.
This is impossible! Which way?
How many times did I even have to try? How many times did she even have to lie? How many times did I even try to survive? How many times did I think about suicide? Everybody wants to fight with me, I don't want to. I just want to be around, I just want to be the only person that could. But I guess I never could. Yeah, I guess I never would. Should, but I guess I never really could, and if I did, I would be the one. Should, but now I can't. And even if I could, I would never be around. Oh, fuck it. I just want to know I'm alright. I just want to know that I could have been the only person that can make you happy, but now I'm fucking sad. Every fucking day I live like I'm bad. I don't fucking care. I am not your dad. I don't think you really understand. Well, why the fuck you fuck with me, and why the fuck you make me think that my heart could have been healed and now it is dead. Bitch, I am dead. I don't give a fuck about what the fuck you said or what the fuck you're gonna say. I just want you to know that, bitch, I'm a redder. What the hell? Why? feel indifferent. Am I coherent? Would you even understand why I'm here? Why I'm just one man? Never. I don't really want to know, 'cause I really understand all this time I can't take it. Said it's Jason Max, however, let's just face it. I already know I can't make it. All everyone does is ignore me like my voice isn't worth it. Fuck it, I'll just get a point. All everyone does is ignore me like my voice isn't worth it. So I said, fuck it, I'll get the point. You fucking up. All everyone does is ignore me like my voice isn't worth it. So I said, fuck it, I get the point. I'll just stay in my thoughts like I haven't done that all of my life. Should I think twice before I snap and bring Thanos back to life? I don't really know. Right now, I don't really care if he wipes us all out, not like we live in anyway. Maybe I couldn't be stuck dying, crying, lying, saying I'm okay, but inside all I feel is pain, and all I do is pout. Why am I so lost? Did I take the wrong route? I sometimes wonder if my ex-bitch missed me. Then again, I'm not the dick she be kissing. If she gets mad, then so what? You can just toss me like a frisbee. I might just get drugged up and lose my kidneys. Yeah. I bet that was so good. Wait, why am I feeling tipsy? I don't know really what I'm trying to prove. I don't need your pity. I don't approve. I've been misused. Might as well drown in my sadness all over this bad shit I've forgotten. I think it's a tad bit nonsense, however, I'm so alone, so if I'm being honest, I guess even a hoe could never make me feel like I had a home. Damn, in the end, I'm just counting down the time till the moon hits the earth. I won't know why until I catch a good vibe, at least then I might actually be the one that leaves you with nothing except goodbye. Wait, was it more like a bye? I don't fucking care. I won't even try to fight. How can I change your mind? You don't want me. I don't need you. I just love you. Now you killed me. I don't know what I did. Why I've been through too much. All of this is killing me. Why do you think I was looking at you? Looked me in the eyes. And why can't I see myself?
Aren't you pleased with yourself?
Mackie! Mackie! Max! Max! Just a little something else instead. Being human. Just a little time. Just a little something that I need. Just a little time. Just a little feeling gaining speed. I'm dreaming of going, going, going somewhere else. Being human. Ooh. Ooh. There's no religion that can save me. No matter how long my knees are on the floor. So keep in mind all the sacrifices I am making. To have you by my side and keep you from walking out with him. If I lose you, baby. If I lose you, baby. My eyes would do the same if you walk away. Every day will rain, rain, rain. Ooh, ooh. I'll never be your mother's favorite. Your daddy can't even look me in the eye. Oh, if I was in their shoes, I'd be doing the same thing. Saying, there goes my little girl, walking with that troublesome guy. Yeah, for you I'll die, I'll die, I'll die, I'll die. Cause there'll be no sunlight. And there will be no clear skies. Just like the clouds, my eyes would do the same. And if you walk away, won't be. Don't just say, please don't say bye. I'll pick up these broken pieces till I'm bleeding, if that will make me light. There ain't no sunlight if I lose you, baby. There'll be no clear skies if I lose you, baby. Just like the clouds, my I will do the same if you walk away. Every day will rain, rain, rain.